Good morning, folks. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. It is October 5th, 9:01 a.m. We have a special meeting today to discuss all things water, sort of a water agenda. We will start with a roll call of commissioners. Hearings Manager Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bogue.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Hackett.
Here.
Commissioner McGowan.
Here.
Commissioner Mesner.
Here.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 7 out of 7 commissioners present.
Excellent. Okay, we have a great agenda today, and I want to thank Commissioner Messner for the great work in putting this together. And with that, if it's okay with the rest of the commissioners, I nominate Mr. Messner to run as chair today and to run the meeting. I would note that I have another obligation midday-ish that I'm gonna have to duck out of. I will come back and listen in to the video recording of this. So with that, Commissioner Messner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, folks. Thanks for joining us this morning. I'm really excited about the speakers that we have lined up today and the important topics that we're going to be digging into. Kind of a little overview. Our goal with this continuing education / learning session is to develop a common knowledge base for the commission around overall water use by oil and gas operations, how this ties into current state water planning, current water rights issues regarding fresh and produced water and oil and gas activities, research and findings around produced water and its potential use for both oil and gas activities as well as for other beneficial uses, regulatory infrastructure and research gaps and barriers around produced water, and current and emerging technologies. It's also designed to develop questions. Our speakers are all experts in their fields and bring different ideas and perspectives on this topic. And while they will each have information and presentations to share, there is allotted time for questions after each presentation, and I strongly encourage questions from the commission and staff attending today. If a member of the general public would like to ask a question, you can email it to me. I will put my email address into the chat. Due to the packed agenda that will go all day today, we may not get to general public questions due to time, but certainly we'll try. But we will also then develop a question and answer sheet after the presentation to hopefully get some of the general public's questions answered. And then also this presentation will be recorded should you want to review it at a future date for your viewing pleasure. And so with that, I think we will jump into our first presenter. And so Mimi or Angelica, if we could raise to the panel Catherine Weismiller and Matthew Welsh. These two individuals will be giving a presentation on the overview of the state water plan pertaining to oil and gas activities in Colorado. Catherine Weismiller is the Deputy Section Chief of Water Supply Planning for CWCB, and Matthew Welsh is the PH Principal Hydrologist for Element Water Consulting. So welcome Ms. Weismiller and Mr. Welsh to the panel today. Thank you for being here. And I will leave it to you. I think you will either have the ability to share your own screens, or if you would prefer, we can certainly run slides for you. I think you guys are still muted.
There we go.
Right.
I was just pulling up my slides. My apologies. Good morning, commissioners. Catherine Weismiller, Colorado Water Conservation Board. I'm the Deputy Section Chief for Water Supply Planning. Thank you all for having me here today to talk a little bit about our statewide water planning process and then touch on how energy development works within that. So I'm going to kick it off today by first introducing the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We're a division within the Department of Natural Resources. We are composed of a board of directors representing each of the major river basins in the state. We have a staff of about 50 people, and we facilitate the 9 basin roundtables, which are our local planning groups in each river basin. And we also facilitate the Interbasin Compact Committee, which is a 27-member organization that looks at interbasin issues within the state. And the mission of the Colorado Water Conservation Board is to conserve, develop, protect, and manage Colorado's water for present and future generations. I've included this slide. It's a bit dated, but I wanted to give you all an idea of the complexity of water within the state of Colorado. So I'm not going to touch on every point here, but about 80% of the water that falls in Colorado as either rain or snow falls west of the Continental Divide. In contrast to the fact that about 90% of our 5.75 million people live on the east side of the Continental Divide. So to manage that, we have 24 tunnels and ditches that move about 500,000 acre-feet of water from west to east each year. Like I said before, we have 8 major river basins. We have 9 roundtables, so those are our local planning groups. So we have 1 additional that's kind of a carve out for the Denver metro area. We have 9 compacts that legally obligate us to deliver water beyond Colorado's borders. We also have obligations to our federally recognized tribes. Water in the state of Colorado supports 15 major industries. And these numbers are slightly dated, but about 90% of our water goes towards agriculture and food production, and about 10% towards M&I loosely. And that's municipal and industrial water uses. So to help manage all of that complexity, one of the major charges of the Colorado Water Conservation Board is to develop and implement the Colorado Water Plan. And the Water Plan recognizes current and future needs for water, and it shines a light on where there are challenges ahead of us that may require action. The Water Plan really charted new territory when it first came out in 2015. By looking at scenarios and developing 5 scenarios that provide a lens for looking at a range of plausible future conditions. And what you're looking at here is what we call the cone of uncertainty. This is a way of looking at like present moment, so in this case 2018, out to our projected 2050 planning horizon. And the 5 scenarios are A, B, C, and D here. Those are the range of outcomes that we anticipate could be possible. Along the way, we have decision points that help us track where we might be within those scenarios that kind of give us an idea of how we're tracking and what scenario we might be most closely following. And just to give you a little bit deeper dive into our scenarios, you can see the 5 scenarios we have here across the top. And what I really want to point you to is the left-hand column, which is our drivers. And these are like big thematic things that really can affect water use in the future. Those are things like economy and population growth, urban land use, our social and environmental values, climate change, regulatory constraints. Those are some good examples of our drivers. And I wanted to just point those out to you because these are the dials that we really look at and turn up or down as we're thinking through our scenarios for planning for water in the future. And here's an example of how that ends up looking. So what you're seeing here are the statewide population projections across our 5 scenarios. And this came out of the tech update, which was released in 2019. So we have 5 different numbers for each of the scenarios, plus we have our baseline number. And we also across the top here have these horizontal lines represent the statewide water supply initiative 2010 numbers that were used for the original water plan. The green bars are what we're using for the water plan updates. So I'm pointing these out to show that our population projections have changed. They've toned down a little bit based on new data, and we're continuously iterating with new data and taking in new information to try to hone in our planning process. And I want to walk you through what that planning process really looks like. So it's a 3-step process that begins with updating the data that we use. So since the water plan was initially released in 2015, we were hard at work kind of looking at our scenarios, putting numbers to each of those narratives, and then we developed the analysis and technical update, which came out in 2019. That's the data framework upon which we build the rest of our water planning. From there, our basin roundtables, we're working on their basin implementation plan updates. So they've been doing kind of a local level planning, looking at projects, looking at their local challenges. And they've been working on that over the last year, and those basin implementation plans are actually coming out for public comment in about a week. And the information in those basin implementation plans rolls up into the water plan update, which has been more or less underway since about mid-2020. We started a scoping process then, which wrapped up in July of this year, and then we've really moved heavily into the drafting phase, and that's where we are right now in the water plan update. And we'll be releasing our draft in June of 2022, and we expect to be done with the water plan update by the end of 2022. And just to give you an idea of what we're thinking about for the water plan update, our water plan vision is to really have this document be shorter and more action focused, looking at near-term risks over the next 5 to 8 years and identifying actions that can help us mitigate those risks. We're aiming for about 200 pages. The original water plan was more like 600 pages, so we're trying to make it more accessible. And then developing a clear line of sight between the values that were established when Hickenlooper issued an executive order directing us to do the water plan, right through down to the actions that we're taking to achieve those values. Excuse me. And the water plan is going to be organized around 4 action areas that roughly align with cities, farms, streams, and planning. And that's what these fact sheets that you see on the right, we put out in the beginning of our scoping phase to really identify those 4 major action areas and things we were thinking about within them. And then knowing today's conversation really centers around energy development and how it interacts with water, I've pulled up this information from the tech update that came out in 2019. So that's our data underpinning. And I wanted to point out that of our total water use in the state, about 10% goes towards municipal and industrial uses. And water for energy development and oil and gas can come from municipal utilities. For example, if you were trucking water that you got from a hydrant out to a site, that might be municipal water. But also within that category, we have a subcategory called self-supplied industrial. And self-supplied industrial is industrial users that have their own water rights and delivery systems. And that's 13% of that 10%. So overall, it's a really small percentage of the total water we think about in the state. And in self-supplied industrial, like all water users, what can be reasonably used and or reused is largely a function of water rights, which can be sometimes used to extinction in isolated cases, or must be used and then returned to the stream. And then those returns to the stream are governed by other things, mostly through CDPHE or EPA. So I just wanted to point that out so you could really see the scale of where energy development water falls within the larger water planning that we're doing at the state level. And we disaggregate self-supplied industrial water into 4 categories: large industry, thermoelectric, snowmaking, and energy development. And I'm gonna let Matt unpack these a little bit more because I know that he's gonna talk about it. But we do project these out across our 5 scenarios, and you can see the range of possibilities going into the future. And so really what I wanted to show you was that energy development and the water use for it are one piece of a really big puzzle that we're thinking about from a statewide level as we're doing our water planning. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to really talk through some of the methodology we use to come up with these numbers in the tech update. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Is it better to wait till the end to do questions, or should we just do questions after each of the presentations? What do you guys think?
I sort of think maybe at the end of this presentation, you've got 2 presenters. I mean, I already have some questions, but they may get answered with the next speaker.
Okay, let's do that. So Mr. Welsh, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Good morning, members of the commission and other attendees. Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Matt Welsh. I'm with Element Water Consulting, and we were selected to help CWCD and the other members of the consultant team to prepare the municipal and industrial demands for the statewide technical update that Kat was referring to there. And thank you, Kat, for that wonderful introduction on these concepts. So industrial demands and specifically energy development are the focus of this talk today, because that's what you're most interested in. And so you can see the slides, correct? Everything's looking okay? Great. So just to give a quick expand on the overview that Kat gave. So these, under the M&I categories, municipal and industrial, the demands we're talking about today are really the self-supplied industrial. These are users that have their own water supplies or lease raw water from others. It's not industrial users that get their water supply from municipalities. Those are people that receive water from municipalities. Those are included in the municipal demand analysis. So there's 4 categories, as Kat mentioned. Large industry, those are the likes of the large brewery that I'm sure everybody's familiar with in Golden, steel mill in Pueblo, some meat production facilities up in the South Platte, things of that nature. There's not that many large user parties. Snowmaking is pretty self-explanatory. Thermoelectric is power generation for coal and natural gas facilities around the state. And the energy development, which is highlighted here, that's for natural gas, coal, uranium, and oil shale. It's really for what we're called the direct water demands for extraction and development. And that includes the construction, operation, production, processing, and reclamation. The demands are not disaggregated any further in the report and the planning beyond these 4 categories. So while there was subsectors that went into energy development, they aren't presented that way in the planning documents. And Kat did a great overview of the relative proportion of statewide demands that are associated with industrial. So the first step for the statewide water planning that we worked on was to really gather available published data to gather what we call the baseline data set, so really the current conditions. And so this slide is showing what we had to work with for the energy development sector. And in general, there was very little published information available for the energy development sector. The other 3 industrial categories were a little easier to update. There just was some more public information, or there just weren't many users, like I said, for the large industry category, where we could just do targeted outreach and get some information. The basins that have published the most information related to energy development are the Colorado River Basin, the Yampa White Green. They have done 3 studies over the years, going back for the last couple decades, where they've really looked into energy development demands, in part, I believe, due to oil shale speculation over in those areas and the potential for large demands, potentially. And so the most recent study in those basins was completed in 2014. And that was completed because there was a change in thinking related to oil shale. In 2014, there was new information that oil shale speculation had been reduced significantly. And so older projections were based off of 1.5 million barrels per day of oil shale. And the 2014 study updated that to only look at 500,000. So cut it into a third. And so it provided updated demands for all of the energy development, but it still noted that there was a high degree of uncertainty. This user category has just been more challenging to pin down, more accurate information. The Rio Grande Basin did have some information in their basin implementation plan, which is, as Kat said, they're updating those right now. But all of the other basins shown in the yellowish orange color, we were really relying on information that was included and relied upon in the first statewide planning effort that was completed around 2010 and 2011. We did try to do some targeted outreach to COGA, CWCB was instrumental in trying to make that happen. And there was some contact made, but it just wasn't able to be pulled together quickly enough with the schedule to allow for any integrate any information from that group. So we're going to touch on that a little bit more later as far as next steps and where we go from here. So as Kat showed earlier, this is a truncated version of the slide that she had. I'm not going to go into much detail on this because I don't think we need to today, but there's the 5 scenarios that we're trying to prepare for this statewide planning. And there was narratives in the Colorado Water Plan that gave some guidance on how demand should vary by each of the 5 scenarios. There was generally more guidance for the municipal demand side of things, and not as much for industrial, but there was some guidance. And so we reviewed that and tried to integrate that in how we formulated the scenario planning, and more importantly, how to prepare the drivers, as Kat brought up earlier. So after we had the baseline data set that we just talked through, then we interpreted the water plan guidance, proposed these drivers for each of the scenarios, and then we worked with a group of professionals that's called the Technical Advisory Group, the TAG, that was convened by CWCB as part of the statewide planning process. It was a group of experts to really be an independent technical advisory group, as the name says, where they helped guide us and reviewed what data we were working with, our interpretation of the water plan and the drivers, and we worked together, the whole team, to come up with the proposed approach for how to vary those industrial demands for each of the 5 planning scenarios. And so there was members, that tag was made up of mostly municipal parties, but there was industry representation. There was one party involved from a energy producer that provided input and was helpful. And so for the energy development sector, the decision was made, or the guidance was provided, to really rely on the planning projections that were originally compiled for the 2010/2011 statewide water planning, where they had come up with 3 energy development scenarios: a low scenario, a medium, and a high. And so in the absence of any better information, this is the approach that was used for the 5 scenarios. You can see that we picked the medium for 2, low for 2, and then high for the high growth scenario, just again due to the narrative and the guidance in the water plan. I'll be showing some more information about the data from this planning in just a little bit. So when you pair all that together, the baseline demands and then those driver sets for each of the scenarios, these are the results for the industrial water demands for the baseline in each of the 5 scenario projections. Industrial demands collectively for each of the 5 projected scenarios still remained in about the 10 to 15% of the total statewide demand for each scenario. So similar to the baseline data that Kat showed a little bit earlier, that it's of the breakdown. 10 to 15% of the M&I total, sorry. And as you can see, the larger user categories are large industry and thermoelectric, and snowmaking is fairly consistent. And then energy development had more variability between the scenarios. I mean, the spread, or the relative demand for the hot growth is about 10 times higher than the weak economy. And none of the other industrial categories really have that variability between the scenarios. And this scenario for hot growth, that SWASI high category, is really being driven by oil shale planning projections in that hot growth scenario. And so while it had more variability, and this one, when we get to discussion, which I'm really looking forward to getting to in a few minutes, the increased variability might be more appropriate for energy development in oil and gas scenarios, because there is less, it appears to me at least, there's more unknowns, more influenced by economic variation and profitability of different activities. So this is spot on, but we're really looking for feedback from this group and others on that for the next round of update. I'm going to skip this in the interest of time because the same information is on the next slide. This is the same information that was on that prior graphic. It's just shown in tabular form. And so just looking at the energy development part of the projections. And so this is it. This is all per the SWASI 2010 analyses. These are the only basins, so the Rio Grande, Colorado, Yampa, White, and these counties are the only locations where that analysis showed there to be energy development demands. And most of this is based off the SWASI 2010 study, supplemented with information from the Rio Grande Basin Implementation Plan. And so clearly, I'm sure jumping out at everybody on this meeting today, that there's no demands in Weld County shown on this table. There's also nothing up in the North Platte. Locations where everybody knows there are energy development demands, oil and gas activities, but there was no published baseline data that was able to be integrated at the time of the study. So we identified this at the time. And it's noted in the technical update clearly that this is an area for an improvement. It's a limitation on the available data. In advance of the next technical update and water plan, we really need to recommended to really work on this and try to get better data, work with Cogcc, and COGA and other parties to really improve this going forward. And so, I mentioned the oil shale a couple times. I mean, you see really Rio Blanco County and Garfield are where oil shale was projected in those studies to really occur. And you can see, the increase in Rio Blanco County under this hot growth, that's really for a, high amount of oil shale development occurring in that county. Related to oil and gas and hydraulic fracturing, I'm not, your next presenter, Tracy Kozlov, I know we'll be getting into more details on this, but there is some information that has been more recently made available, which I believe originated from Cogc's data set with well constructions by county and some data on water use for hydraulic fracturing. That looks like a really promising data set that could be integrated in the future. So I'm tempted to just end it there and move it in. Well, actually, let me touch on this real quick and then open up to questions so we'll have time for discussion. So for areas of improvement, like I've already alluded to, we knew that there were oil and gas activity in South and North Platte basins, and maybe others. It's not, oil and gas operation, not my direct area of expertise. But we knew there was at least a couple of basins where we're missing them. So we need better baseline data. Future projections, we'd love to get more guidance and input on how to vary the demands and the drivers by scenario, as opposed to just picking the low, medium, high. How do we think that those might actually vary? What is a reasonable spread of variability between the scenarios? I mean, is a tenfold increase, is that reasonable, or is that just really overstating that hot growth demand? Could it be narrowed, or does it need to be increased? And so far we have, our team has come up with outreach to this group today and COGA, potentially targeted outreach to individual operators. There's been concerns raised that might not be that productive just due to confidentiality concerns and potentially not willing to share data, but maybe we're wrong about that. But we are all ears and looking for help on ways to improve the analysis of baseline and future projections. So excited to be here today and hopefully get some guidance.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Welsh and Ms. Weismiller. Lots of good information there. I'll open it up to other commissioners for questions. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner, and thank you, Mr. Welsh and Ms. Weismiller for the presentations. Very informative, and I appreciate y'all being here this morning. I had a question about so kind of the 4 buckets of water use for I guess across the state. You know, large industry, thermoelectric, snowmaking, and energy were highlighted there. And I'm curious if you guys have any information on which of those returns usable water back to the system, and I'm kind of using that generally. But which one of those, if any, are replacing any of the water they use in a usable form, and to what extent?
That is a great question. Debated whether to get into that. So the energy development sector was assumed to be 100% consumptive because it's really, we're looking at the demand to do the activity and assuming that it wasn't going to get back to the river. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me, but I know the general ranges, so don't quote me on the exact numbers. But so snowmaking, I believe, there's returns from snowmaking. There's a shift in timing because it goes up onto the mountains generally in December, January, and then comes back later in the spring. But so there is consumption. It's not obviously there's that transpiration sublimation that occurs. Large industry generally did have some return flows. It varied by the user. The steel mill was a different percentage consumption than cores, for instance, Molson cores. And then thermoelectric has some returns, but it's pretty highly consumptive generally.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then just kind of make one last point on your last question about looking for more information.
Mm-hmm.
I would encourage you guys to reach out to operators. Some of the larger operators where you are missing information, they may be able to provide information or at least some general ideas on where to find it or how to quantify it, or how to kind of extrapolate to kind of the end result of the information you're looking for. So no promises on what you're going to get there, but I think it certainly could not hurt to try. And then as well as the the agencies, the representative agencies like COGA here in the state. So just wanted to encourage you guys to continue trying to dial in that research.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, and thanks for the really informative presentations. Something that I've been trying to kind of wrap my head around. We hear a lot when folks testify about how when you look at the whole, pie chart, how little oil and gas operations use of Colorado's water, but in a lot of instances they're using fresh water. I think that could be used beneficially for other purposes. And I'm wondering if there's some way to put into context when we say this is a little amount of water, like how much water is it really? And what kinds of things should we be looking at or asking as part of oil and gas operations to try to minimize use or, I don't know if I'm saying this right, but a lower level of water instead of fresh water, a different kind of water maybe to use. And I'm wondering if you have any kind of thoughts about that.
Want to take that, Kat?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that, we could probably give you some follow-up on the actual amount for sure. I don't have it at my fingertips today, but, we gave you the kind of the rough ballpark, but, it is a small percentage. But that being said, yeah, I do think that there are probably opportunities. I don't know if there are like water quality like standards or minimums that you would need in hydraulic fracturing based on like chemical composition or what have you. But I do think that there are opportunities there, and I don't, unfortunately, I'm probably not the most able to speak to those sources. Matt, if you have any thoughts or perspectives on it, please weigh in. But I do think that there's probably opportunity there. And one thing that I wanted to make sure to mention today is that CWCB is working towards a wildly important goal of the governor's, which is to do more cross-agency work. And I really think that this is there's a lot of space here that we could dig into to better develop our data sets and collaborate across between COGCC and CWCB. And I you know, this might be one of those spaces where we could really dig in a bit more.
Thank you. And do you know if we are sharing our cumulative impacts data with you? It's going to be super minimal at this point because it's related to requests for new permits, but the folks that are requesting new permits do provide data about how much water and what kind of water they're using. And that might be helpful in what you're doing.
Thank you for bringing that up. I wasn't sure what the name of the data set is. So Tracy, who's speaking next, I know that she was relying on hydraulic fracturing water use data from somewhere that came from Cogcc. So I'm wondering if maybe that's the data set that she's relying upon. And I'm just looking at Tracy's presentation title. I haven't seen her slides, but the title says water sources and demands for hydraulic fracturing. So I'm wondering if she might be able to touch on your questions about sources, and if not, happy to follow up later.
Commissioner Hackett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did just kind of want to respond real briefly to Commissioner McGowan's question. There was actually a rulemaking that was completed over at CDPHE and the Water Quality Control Division back in August of 2020 that allowed for operators to seek using other than freshwater resources for their oil and gas operations. So in regulation number 84 with the Water Commission, there is a new regulation as of August of last year that allows them to use reclaimed water or treated domestic wastewater for hydraulic fracturing and oil and gas activities. And that's one opportunity or one way that we're hoping to reduce or minimize the use of freshwater supplies. And I'd be happy to share that rule site with folks if it would be helpful. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Hackett. Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner, and thank you so much, Ms. Weismiller and Mr. Welch for the presentations. Really good information. The one thing I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss is within energy development, are you also looking at some of the renewable sources like solar, which I know can be fairly consumptive as well?
It was looked at when the information was presented in those published sources. So the Rio Grande Basin has called that out for years, that they have been planning for solar development. I believe that is the only basin that explicitly included solar demands. But it's a great point to be collecting data on that as well.
And I guess, and so related, I was curious if you do have somewhere a breakdown of, you know, oil and gas versus solar versus, you know, maybe some of the other types of, I know you have the thermoelectric as a separate, but was curious kind of how that breaks down. And I imagine it does vary by basin probably as well.
It does. The answer, yes, there is backup for what fed into the components of those demands. And they do vary by basin. I'm trying to think how we can best answer that question or get you that answer.
And it's okay if you don't know right now, but if that info is available, it'd be great just to follow up, maybe just out of curiosity more than anything. But yeah, no, thank you for attempting. The other question that I had related to that chart, I didn't mean to say that in a way that was.
No.
I appreciate you kind of just letting me know that there is a breakdown somewhere. So thank you. The other question was those projections in the table in the slide that had, kind of by county and basin. I think you said that it was oil shale development, especially in Rio Blanco County. And then Garfield, I think, was the second highest in terms of if the hot growth scenario plays out. Is that right? And so the other part of that I was, I don't think I fully understood. And so if either of you could just help me understand is the cooperative growth. I mean, I think I understand the difference between the weak economy and the adaptive innovation, but the cooperative growth, how does that result in such a big drop in most cases?
So the cooperative growth was really being based off that driver of the low category. So that's why it ended up being so low. But as far as why we decided that would be low, so some of the, and I can share my screen again real quick.
And to be clear, I meant like a drop from business as usual, not from the baseline, but it seems like in most cases there's a sort of a drop in that scenario. And I just wanted to better understand what that entailed.
Drop from business as usual to weak economy and cooperative growth.
Yeah, I mean, specifically the cooperative growth column being lower than the business as usual. And I just didn't understand what cooperative growth, I don't think I caught what that
entailed. Got it, understood. So cooperative growth is really, it's had narrative guidance along the lines of, embracing water and energy conservation, this kind of environmental protection. So really thinking that there was more regulation and that would just really be driving those energy developments to that low category. And then business as usual is kind of conditions remain similar to what they are currently. I mean, there could be growth, but it's kind of, staying in the same, the kind of narrative and the drivers kind of remain similar. So yeah, here, recent trends continue. So, and so the business as usual and the weak economy, both were put in that medium category versus the cooperative one into the low. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And I think that the piece that I wanted to understand is the cooperative growth does kind of rely on some additional regulation in some cases. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. I think that answers my question.
Okay, great.
So I've got a question. If no other commissioners have questions right now, I mean, Chairman Robbins, do you have a question? You indicated you had one earlier. You're good now.
My question was Bill Gonzalez's question, so thank you.
Okay. So my question is, I mean, understanding that it's possible that we've got some dated data that really relies on information prior to kind of the new development of oil and gas operations in the state and the increase in fracking completions as a mechanism for increasing production. So a couple of questions. What is your suggestion? I guess I want to make sure I understand what your suggestions are for best updating that information to take into the full breadth of considerations of water use and oil and gas activities, so that in the state water plan we have as accurate information as possible. And I understand that part of that is to actually reach out to agencies like us and COGA and operators. Is there anything else that would be useful as far as updating that type of information? Is there a need for additional studies, or what are your thoughts on that?
Go ahead, Kat. Why you start and I'll supplement.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Matt, you're really in the weeds of the calculations there, but I'm not sure. I actually spent some time yesterday looking at the COGCC's like reporting website to see what I could find there, just publicly available on water use in drilling operations. And you know, I wasn't probably the most successful. I didn't really know my way around very well, but I think if we had maybe some good, I think we probably do have some decent go-by numbers for like drilling operations, say in Weld County, where I know they do sometimes like 3 and 4 fracks on a well. It would probably be helpful for us to just understand the quantity there. And I do think that Tracy probably has more of those numbers, and I'm really interested to hear what she's going to say here. But I don't know. I'm not sure that there are more studies needed, and I'd be curious what your thoughts are, Matt. I think it's probably a communication issue that we really just need to be sharing information in a more transparent way, I guess.
I agree with that. Get a better handle on what the recent usage has been. Some way to normalize that to make it per well usage. Get that at the county scale. We really ideally would have all the demand and water use information at the county scale at a minimum. Then I think it's really understanding the projections and how these scenarios might look different. So, and I mean, I can't even make up a number, but from where it is today, how might that look on these different 5 scenarios? Is there a point in time when the resource is exhausted? Does it go away at some point? Or things like that, having some balance on the timing and how the trends might vary over time. And I don't know where to best get that. I mean, if producers are willing to share that, that'd be great. I haven't spoken with COGA yet to know exactly what they have to offer. So I don't know who has that or who would be able to share those kind of projections on the timing.
All right, that's good information to know, and we'll follow up with you on that. I think my last question, just so I understand the data that you have up to this point, and the point sources for water that you've analyzed in this. I mean, it's pretty broad, right? So it's municipal water use in oil and gas operations. It's point source from streams or utilization of water rights not owned by the operator, plus water rights owned by the operator. So I mean, it's a pretty broad scope as far as the sources of water being analyzed. Is that correct?
It is. I would believe it's all on the more freshwater side. Right. As came up earlier. But yes, so all the demands I was presenting today, those are really if you have your own water source, you're diverting from river, or something that you lease from a municipality.
Great.
But yes, there was no other constraints on it. It was broad. What does the activity require for a water demand to complete the activity?
Thank you for that. Any other questions for these panelists or these presenters today? Well, I want to thank you both for taking the time to be here with us today and sharing your thoughts, and hopefully we can keep the conversation going.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Sure.
So next up we have Tracy Kozlov, who's the Deputy State Engineer for the Division of Water Resources. She's going to share some information or a presentation and an update on the report on water sources and demands for hydraulic fracturing of oil and gas wells in Colorado, and a presentation on the overview of water rights pertaining to produced water from oil and gas activities in Colorado, including opportunities and challenges for reuse. So welcome, Ms. Kozlov, to the COGCC.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. I will hand it off to you. You can either share your screen yourself, should you choose, or we can do it for you.
Yeah, that sounds good. I can share it. After watching Matt and Kat's presentation, I do just want to put here in the chat a couple of resources that I'll probably refer to in my presentation, and also if Kat and Matt are still on, some resources in the future for future updates of the water plan in terms of the water use for energy and industrial uses. These might be useful, but I'll talk some more about them. So I just put those in the chat. And then let me see, let me just go ahead and share my screen. Okay, I'll just admit I can't figure out how to do it. Do you guys, does somebody want to tell me what button I need to click?
Mimi or Angelica, can someone help us here?
Sorry, our microphones went to sleep. So there should be a green share screen button.
I do see it. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, you're welcome.
Okay.
Let me just get this in presenter mode and then we'll be off and running. How's that look?
Looks great.
Okay, awesome. So Tracy Kozlov, Deputy State Engineer at the Division of Water Resources. The topics I want to talk to you guys about today: what does the Division of Water Resources do? What are the water demands for hydraulic fracturing? And I mean present and recent historical demands. Water rights, water sources for hydraulic fracturing and produced water, and opportunities and challenges for reuse. So first, who's DWR? I think it helps to describe this because I find that it can be confusing to understand the different government entities in Colorado that have some purview over water. So you just heard from Kat, who works for the Colorado Water Conservation Board. They're another one of our sister agencies under the Department of Natural Resources. And, you know, among the many things that CWCB does, planning for our water future is one of the things that CWCB does. And, you know, they talked about the water plan. Then the Division of Water Resources, where I work, we administer water rights, among other things. But in terms of this conversation, we are the administrators of water rights. And so we have people on the ground measuring water use and also telling water users when in Colorado's priority system they can take water at the very most basic. We also have CDPHE that regulates water quality, so completely separate agency outside of DNR. And then the Colorado Water Courts. And then the courts, what they do is they adjudicate water rights. So they're the agency that actually just confirms somebody's right to use water. So it's definitely a big mix of entities within Colorado that have some purview over water. Here's our mission. So we do a few different things. I just wanted to highlight for the purposes of this presentation, I guess I already said it, DWR administers waters of the state to maximize lawful beneficial use. I think I was primarily invited to do this presentation because of a document that I worked on in collaboration with Cogcc, and it's this document, Water Sources and Demands for Hydraulic Fracturing of Oil and Gas Wells in Colorado. I put a link to it in the chat. This document was originally developed several years back because we were getting a lot of questions, both Cogcc and water resources personnel, I see all these oil and gas wells going in, and I see water trucks driving everywhere. It seems like a lot of water must be used for hydraulic fracturing. How much is really used? So this document was developed several years back to answer those questions. How much water is really being used for hydraulic fracturing? Where's that water coming from? And so, this is available to you all. It does provide a great amount of detail, and I'm going to just kind of touch on a lot of the highlights of it today, but you could dig in and read it if you're curious about any of the aspects that I'm going to talk about. And one of the charts in the presentation is just the number of oil and gas wells drilled in the last 10 years. And, we include that because the variability of the number of wells being drilled drives the variability of water use. So you all are probably more familiar with this variability than I am. But we can see that back in 2011, that was a high year, over 3,000, and then in 2020, less than 1,000. And then diving into the amount of water use. I apologize that this might be somewhat confusing compared to the way the water plan lays out different sectors. So basically, DWR, one of the things we do is measure and report on water diversions. Who's actually taken water out of our streams and groundwater, and for what use and what categories. That's one of the things we do, is we measure that usage and we report on it. And so if we look at the average of total water use from 2011 through 2020, you can see we're averaging around 15 million acre feet a year. Most of those diversions, something on the order of 85–86%, are going to irrigated agriculture. We have another category, municipal and commercial, and that is going to be, I think, around 6–8%. And then all the other sectors, so I think it's municipal and commercial is around 6%, and then the remaining sectors around 8% in total. So we further break that down, the total of all other sectors, which would include industrial use, and that's something that Matt referred to as SSI, self-supplied industrial. That would fall under all these other sectors. And we also, snowmaking is its own category in the way that we report uses of water. So industrial use is one big category, and it would, again, all of those SSI uses, all uses including energy uses, things like meat packing, like Matt reported. Industrial is just one big category in our records, but in order to break out hydraulic fracturing, we actually use the Cogcc data that Matt was referring to. So we looked at the diversion records for our industrial use, and then we looked at the reported amount of fluids used when drillers report their water usage per well to Cogcc. They report the amount of fluids used. And so that averaged 26,000 acre feet per year over this 10-year period. So we looked at our total industrial water use category, and we just subtracted out the 26,000 for hydraulic fracturing based on Cogcc's data. So when we think about the total amount of diversions in Colorado being 15 million acre feet on average, it varies year to year. The 26,000 acre feet reported in that same period for fracking of oil and gas wells is 0.2% of all the diversions. So it's a small amount. It's a relatively small amount when we're looking in the scheme of all the other water uses. And then this is a graph that's not actually in that memo that I was referring to, but understanding the topic of today's meeting, This is also information reported along with the total fluids used to Cogcc. So this is just Cogcc's data. So those drillers report their total amount of fluids used and the proportion of that that's recycled and the proportion that's fresh. And so I can't really expand on what this is showing you. Again, this is just information reported to Cogcc over the last 10 years. I thought this might be a good place just to pause and ask if there's any questions so far. And if there aren't, I'm happy to just continue.
Anyone have questions up to this point? I think you can just continue.
Okay, sounds good. And maybe this will be a good time to note, I put 2 references into the chat. One was, again, just a link to the memo that I'm talking about right now. And the second one was, as I was watching Kat and Matt do their presentation just before me, it reminded me that back in 2013, Water Education Colorado had done a full magazine about water and energy. So in the fall of 2013, and I also put a link to that publication, and they go into water uses for all the different energy sectors like thermoelectric power generation and solar. They talk about what is hydraulic fracturing. So that might be a publication of interest both to you know, the CWCB team and maybe some of the commissioners on the call here. I realize it's maybe somewhat dated because it's 2013, but perhaps a good overview of the energy sector in Colorado and its water use. So just want to point that to folks too. All right, so moving on, water rights, water sources, and produced water. So just for those who maybe aren't familiar with Colorado's water system, we have this priority system of water rights where older is better. Older water rights get to use water in order of seniority. So when we have limited water available and more demand for that water than water is available, the oldest water rights get to divert first. There's not necessarily any sort of sharing required, just the older water rights get to go first, and the younger water rights, which we call junior, need to stop diverting water so that the senior water rights can go first. And so most basins in Colorado, our river basins, are over appropriated. What that means is that throughout much of the year, there's more demand for water use than there is supply. We also consider that groundwater is connected to surface water unless proven otherwise. So whether you're diverting water from the ground through a well or you're diverting surface water, your seniority of that diversion is very important. And our water rights date back to the 1850s. Wells didn't really come into wide use. Wells using groundwater didn't really come into wide use in the state until the 1950s, maybe a little before that. And so our senior water rights tend to be surface water rights. And so they are more reliable. They're senior even when we don't have a lot of water in our streams. Older senior surface rights can still divert, and junior water rights, including most of the wells, are not able to divert. In Colorado, you do need a well permit from Colorado Division of Water Resources in order to pump groundwater through a well. And in most of the state, you will not be able to get a well permit unless you have something called an augmentation plan. The augmentation plan is going to describe how you're going to keep the stream system whole when you're pumping junior water through a well. You're going to put water from some other source, augmentation water, back in the stream to keep the system whole. So with that, junior groundwater wells can often continue to pump if they have an augmentation plan that allows them to keep the system whole and put some other source of water back in the stream to make sure that they're not going to short senior water rights. The exception to that is the areas in green on the very western edge of Colorado. These green areas are still open for appropriation. And so in those areas, you could get a well permit to use groundwater without having an augmentation plan. I guess I just looking at the words on my slide, I've kind of already covered this, what I put on this slide here. So as is the case with a lot of Colorado's water law, there are exceptions. Non-tributary groundwater is an exception to that priority system I was talking about. A water user can show, usually they'll do this through a hydraulic model, that pumping certain types of groundwater doesn't impact surface streams. So just very simply, what that might mean is that this is very deep groundwater. So it's very separated from, if you were to pump this groundwater, it's not going to have much of an impact on our surface stream. It might be water that is separated from surface stream through an impermeable layer, maybe some type of shale layer. So there's often an investigation into geology and also modeling that's used to prove that water is non-tributary. So non-tributary groundwater, the seniority of that water right or a well permit to use non-tributary groundwater isn't important. It's not required. The seniority does not matter. So where is non-tributary groundwater? The first place I'll highlight in terms of where non-tributary groundwater is this oval right in the center of the state. That's the Denver Basin. And the Denver Basin has rules describing where formations in the Denver Basin, which stretches from Greeley down to Colorado Springs and to the west to the foothills. There are rules describing where and in what formations of the Denver Basin water is non-tributary. There's also non-tributary water that has been determined to be non-tributary just for the purpose of produced water. And that has a separate set of rules, the produced non-tributary groundwater rules. And those rules have located areas of non-tributary groundwater outside of the Denver Basin that are highlighted here on the map. And oftentimes I understand that the effort to determine these different non-tributary formations for produced water purposes was through energy companies. They wanted to determine that water was non-tributary for produced water purposes. And so they paid consultants to go ahead and model groundwater pumping from areas where they had oil and gas wells producing water, that they could also determine that that water was non-tributary. So they paid for the effort of providing these or developing these maps that then through rulemaking were determined to be non-tributary. And again, the purpose of that is that non-tributary water has a lot more flexibility in its use because it doesn't need to consider the priority system. And so I guess the other thing I'll mention about this is that, we're just looking at a 2D picture of the state, but in a lot of cases, there's overlapping formations of different depths where the produced non-tributary rules have determined certain locations to be non-tributary at different depths. And you're only getting to, see the 2D version, but our website has, you can turn on the different layers so you can see what depths or what formations we're talking about here for produced non-tributary water. So produced non-tributary water is an exception within an exception. So if non-tributary water is an exception from the priority system, in most cases, you still need to get a well permit from DWR to use non-tributary water. But produced non-tributary water is an exception within an exception because no well permit is required from DWR if you're going to use that produced non-tributary groundwater for uses related to mining. So in other words, if you're going to produce groundwater from a non-tributary source and then use that groundwater to frack other wells or to spray water for dust control on roads used for mining, for a whole range of purposes related to mining, you actually don't need to get a well permit from DWR for those uses related to mining. So, you know, produced non-tributary water is definitely a source of water for fracking. The memo goes into a lot of detail. The memo that I provided the link to earlier goes into a lot of detail about what some legal water sources for water use for fracking are. A couple of examples are irrigation water that's been changed for an industrial use. I mentioned before how important seniority of water rights is. And so irrigation uses are some of the earliest uses of water in Colorado. They also consume a great amount of water. So that is a good, reliable source of water. If you were to change a senior irrigation right for industrial use and no longer use it for irrigation, that could be a legal use and a reliable source of water. Another source of water is surplus municipal water, and when I say surplus, I just mean it's water that perhaps in a wet year isn't needed to supply the demands within a particular city, or sometimes water providers, they plan for their future and they secure water rights that they don't actually need right now, but they know they might need it in 20, 30 years as their city grows into their planning horizon. So in the near term, they might have water that they can lease to other uses. So those are examples of surplus water that a municipality might lease to energy companies. Now with that, every municipal water provider, their portfolio of water that serves their customers is different and it might have unique limitations. So certainly on a case-by-case basis, just need to check what their underlying water portfolio is and ensure that it allows leasing to oil and gas. Opportunities and challenges for reuse. Certainly there are water rights out there that have been decreed that allow for reuse or full consumption of the water. I might step back and point out that if you can imagine back in the 1850s, late 1800s, early 1900s, again, much of this water is used for agriculture. Colorado was much smaller back then, and there also weren't really technologies to, after you've put water on a field, collect that water and reuse it. And so much of the water system is really built on one-time use of water. I'm going to irrigate my field. A large portion of that water is going to go back to the system, and it's going to be used by other water users downstream. So I'm not allowed to just pick up the portion of that water that I put on my field that wasn't consumed and start using it again. My water right is just for one-time use. So, you know, that's most of water rights in history are just those one-time use types of water rights. But more recently, it's become more common to obtain water rights that allow for reuse. I'd say it's pretty common now for water providers like Denver Water to have a water right that allows them to reuse their supplies. And the way that they can do that is that they actually have technologies in place where they would account for water going through their wastewater treatment plants, and they would have plans in place to reuse that water. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to take water right from their wastewater treatment plant and put it right into people's water taps for drinking. Usually they have a different kind of use, like they might use that water for those types of augmentation uses that I was talking about earlier. So I do just want to highlight, though, that it's becoming more common for there to be water rights that allow for reuse or full consumption of the water, which is in contrast to something like an irrigation water right, where much of the water that you apply to your field needs to go back to the stream for other water users to use it. You know, another opportunity for reuse I just wanted to highlight is that produced non-tributary water. That water can be produced out of an oil and gas well, and then there's no limitations on its reuse for those mining purposes that I mentioned, and that can be done without a well permit from Colorado DWR. The challenges that I would mention to you for reuse is if there's multiple sources being mixed together. You know, maybe you have some energy companies who are using water from multiple sources and then they want to reuse it. There's probably a need to account for where's that water coming from. Is there only a portion of it that has a right to be reused and the rest of it cannot be? So that's something that energy companies probably would need to track their different water sources and how much of it they can reuse and what they cannot. And also, you know, it's already been mentioned today, water quality challenges. And I think about not only might there be water quality needs if you're going to reuse water to, you know, use that water to frack again, but if you also wanted to reuse water in terms of you want to discharge it to the stream and maybe try to use that for an augmentation water source, I would guess that you would need a discharge permit from CDPHE in order to discharge that water to the stream system and try to use it for an augmentation use. So water quality considerations, not only for maybe putting water back down a hole for fracking, but other types of uses that you might want to use fracking water for. So that's the end of my prepared slides. Happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kozlov, for that that information. That was great. Commissioners, do we have questions? Commissioner Hackett.
Thank you, Mr. Messner, and thank you for the presentation, Ms. Kozlov. I did have a quick question. Sorry, I was a little slow on the draw. Back on your slide number 10, there was a question about you had reported, or that was the reported recycled and fresh water used. Hoping you can explain a little bit more about what the recycled water number means. For example, is that recycled water used for predominantly downhole purposes? And then I have one quick follow-up question too.
Right. So, and I might have to, I guess, go in a front on this one because this is actually Cogcc's data. And so we were provided with the data on fluids used for developing oil and gas wells. And part of that data from, I think it's from your permittees, your well drillers, is how much fluids are they using in developing their wells. And they report how much of it is recycled and how much of that is fresh water. So this is actually the Cogcc data. And so I always thought that it was for downhole purposes. I could be wrong. And, you know, your staff might be able to better inform you on that. And what exactly does, you know, recycled and fresh mean in terms of the terminology of Cogcc and your permitters? I can't really say. I would have my own interpretation, but it might not be correct. I think Scott Cuthbertson might be on the call, or maybe some of your other staff might be better able to answer.
If there is any Cogcc staff that wants to take a crack at that question, you can certainly raise your hand. if you're in the audience, and we can elevate you to be a panelist.
I just put up the slide that you were referring to in case people had missed it. I was also scratching my head too about why the reported fluid use in 2017, 18, and 19 was so high, because I didn't think it really fit with necessarily the trend in the number of wells, but maybe that varies based on the different formation, and perhaps there's more water needed in certain formations that were more where more wells were constructed in 17, 18, and 19 than earlier in the decade. So I wasn't sure about that and why about that either.
I see we have Mr. Cuthbertson here. I don't know if you want to add anything. We can also defer this question to our next set of panelists, which is a couple of Cogcc staff that may be able to help with this as well.
Well, I'll leave the second part of that to the staff that's going to present next. They are much more informed about the answer to that. But in general, the recycling question is the produced water that is used instead of fresh water for the well completion. And Ms. Kozlov is right that this information is reported in our well completions report when the driller finishes a well. Part of that completions report is to report the total fluids used, how much of it was fresh water versus how much of it was recycled. And there might be small amounts of recycled sources other than produced water that's already been used once for that purpose, but I can't think of it off the top of my head what it would be.
Mr. Axelsson, you want to add anything to that, or?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Commissioner Messner. For the recycling, what the water's actually used for, it is downhole generally, and operators use that water for their drilling fluids to make up the fluids for the hydraulic stimulation. So for all of their completions, that's probably the biggest volume of water. They also have rigs out doing workovers on wells, so they're using workover fluids, and then they can have kill fluids, if they need to control a well and put different mixtures of water just in the well column to control the well. So those are the kinds of things that they're using the recycled water for.
Thank you for that. And if I could, Mr. Chair, and maybe again, this is another question that would be better asked during the next presentation, but another question we're curious about is on that slide there, you notice that the use of recycled water has declined somewhat over recent years, and I'm wondering if folks have an explanation or any thoughts about what might be causing that decline.
I could provide
Go
a
ahead,
response.
Yeah, Axelsson, Mr. Axelsson, go ahead.
Well, the most recent 2 years, the downturn in drilling because of commodity prices and COVID is definitely going to be proportionate to how much water is being recycled and reused in the field.
Thank you for that explanation. That's all I had.
Do other commissioners have questions? And also, if any staff have questions, they can certainly raise their hand. Any staff that are in the audience, and we can elevate you to be a panelist to ask your question if you're so interested. But other commissioners, Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for the information. It gets more complicated the more I learn. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about if the definitions of water and water rights and how they are supposed to be used, and if they can be, I'm trying to understand. So for example, some of, when I'm reading some of the permit requests, sometimes it's pretty clear where the operator is going to get the water, and sometimes they don't know yet. And in some instances, it seems to me like they're anticipating purchasing water from a rancher or a farmer, and that use, I would assume, would be agricultural. So water rights users allowed to use their water in different ways, or is that temporary, or how does that work? And using the water for a different use than maybe what you had the right to use it for in the first place, or is it you just have the right to use the water, you can use it any way that you want? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your question, Commissioner McGowan. For the most part, ranchers, farmers, they have a water right that only allows for use for the original uses. So often that's irrigation use, might be livestock watering as well. So for the most part, they only have that original use. There are ways, though, to change the water use. There's a temporary way, and then there's a permanent way. And so the temporary way is that we can do 1-year approvals for changes of water rights administratively, meaning that you get an approval from the Division of Water Resources that could allow you to, for instance, change an irrigation water right for 1 year. You know, like I was mentioning, those irrigation water rights tend to be the most senior, and there tends to be a lot of quantity of water related to that use. And so it could be a very good, reliable source of water for industrial uses. So we could approve a change of use. We issue basically a letter describing how that can occur. We could issue that approval letter called a substitute water supply plan to that irrigation water user. And so, you know, I guess I'm just sort of pausing because I do feel a little concerned understanding that folks might be suggesting that a rancher is a good source of water for industrial use when there's not really any indication that that water has been legally changed for use other than the water right for irrigation use. There's also a permanent way that I mentioned that I should describe, and that's a permanent change of water right through that would be obtained through the water court. And so that would not be just a 1-year approval, that would be an approval that, you know, forever going forward. Rather than using water for irrigation, water can be used for industrial uses. Sort of the calculations involved are the same as they are for our temporary approvals through the Division of Water Resources, but the water court can make that type of change of use permanent.
Thank you. So is the same true then for municipal use? They could temporarily request that it be used for an industrial purpose as well?
So again, a good question, and thank you for asking. Municipal use is a bit different because typically municipal uses do comprehend basically a range of water uses by municipal customers. And so municipal use may encompass water uses including industrial, where water users may also, industrial water users may be able to simply legally hook up to a water fill station or a fire hydrant in a municipal water user's service area based on a contract with that municipal water provider and use that water for industrial use. That might be allowed under the underlying municipal water right. It might also be allowed as those municipal water providers are growing into their future water demands. Again, they've planned 20, 30, maybe more years into the future, but their cities aren't that big yet. And so their water rights might also allow for them to lease to industrial uses while they're growing into their land needs. You know, I mentioned in my presentation that the portfolio of water rights for municipal water users can be very varied. And so usually what will happen is that the municipality itself has water attorneys and water experts on their staff who will have an understanding of what sort of contracts and leases they can enter into with industrial water providers. So there can be a lot of flexibility with that municipal water use for oil and gas development. I guess something else I should mention, a lot of irrigation water users in the state around the 1900s started developing reservoirs for irrigation use. A lot of these are irrigation companies, large organizations of irrigators. They pull their money together and built large storage buckets, which we're all familiar seeing driving around Colorado. And so I just want to highlight that some of those storage buckets have, again, some flexibility in terms of their water use. There's a couple of things I would mention around that. The first is that in certain parts of the state, even though often there's more demand than supply for water, there are times, even in the South Platte Basin, when we have more water than there is demand, and we call that free river conditions. Free river meaning that if somebody wants to make a new appropriation of water, they can do so, and they can use water because there's enough water to go around. And under free river conditions, sometimes these reservoirs that are primarily for irrigation use, in recent years, they've been storing water under free river conditions, and they will say that they intend to use that water for to sell water to oil and gas and use that water for oil and gas. And so they're doing that under a 2021 water right, basically making what we would call a new appropriation, and that is completely legal. They just have to notify DWR that that's their intention. When they store that free river water, they're going to use it for leases to oil and gas. And then I'll just add, there have been a few relatively large projects in the South Platte Basin where these irrigation companies have changed a significant portion of their irrigation storage water to allow them to, in certain years, lease that to oil and gas. And they've done that through water court processes as well.
Thank you. That's super helpful.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from commissioners? I have one. So with the non-tributary water, am I understanding correctly that if it is a non-tributary source, and so therefore there's no seniority associated with it, that water could potentially be utilized not only as in oil and gas operations, but for other beneficial uses without running into water rights issues? Or am I oversimplifying that, which I'm sure I am because this is water stuff?
Yeah. In the simplest terms, yes. So, seniority, the age of your water right, doesn't matter if it's non-tributary water. If we're not talking about produced non-tributary water, if we're talking about non-tributary water from the Denver Basin, for instance, there's a limitation on the quantity of how much you're able to use. It's really based on how much water is underlying the land area that you actually own. So there's a quantification limit for most non-tributary water, but the uses that you can put non-tributary water to tend to be pretty flexible because it's disconnected from the stream system. Produced non-tributary water doesn't have that quantification limit. And again, it's unique because it doesn't require a well permit either if you're just going to use that water for mining purposes. So it's that exception within the exception with lots of flexibility.
So if it was produced water, and it was decided that the best use was not to recycle it in oil and gas operations, but to utilize it in some other beneficial use, I guess I'm not totally understanding what the challenges or barriers to that would be from a water rights standpoint.
Yeah, The only hitch, if you're not going to use it for mining purposes, then you do need a well permit from DWR to use it for other uses. So it's just more paperwork.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions? Well, Ms. Kozlov, I really appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts and information with us. That was super helpful.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
All right. The next presenter today is John Axelsson and Jim Hughes presenting on the authority and current COGCC regulations and current examples of water use and reuse in oil and gas operations. John Axelsson is the East Environmental Supervisor for the COGCC, and Jim Hughes is the Environmental Protection Specialist for the COGCC. So welcome Mr. Axelsson and Mr. Hughes to the panel here today. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner, and good morning, commissioners and members of the audience. So we're going to provide an overview of produced water and kind of the COGCC regulatory framework around produced water. I'm going to provide some examples of how it's handled in the field, and then, as you said, I'm going to hand it off to Jim Hughes, who's our environmental protection specialist out of the Durango area, and he'll talk more about kind of common practices on the west slope. So obviously COGCC has regulatory authority over exploration and production waste, and produced water is the largest volume of E&P waste generated. And just, I think everybody in the audience knows what produced water is, but when I speak to members of the public, there's definitely a lot of confusion around produced water. So I just did want to take a moment to really explain what it is. And so it's water that is naturally occurring formation water that often exists with hydrocarbons in oil and gas reservoirs. And as Ms. Kozlov pointed out, when we're talking about produced water, most of the time it's considered non-tributary water. It's confined water that was in many cases actually trapped in the pore space of the formation rock at the time of deposition. So this water is often, it can be ancient water. Sometimes people call it fossil water. And there is a definite distinction between flowback. So that's another point of confusion for a lot of people. Flowback is actually fluid that's introduced into the wellbore for treatments or stimulation, and then it's recovered in the early phases of production. And regarding COGCC rules, the way those waters are handled, there's not really a distinction between flowback and produced water. So Rule 905C2 outlines kind of the 5 basic things that operators can do with their produced water as far as disposal goes. They can inject it into a properly permitted Class 2 underground injection control well. They can evaporate it or percolate in a properly permitted pit in an oil and gas location. And for those who aren't aware, our recent rule changes that became effective January 15th, all pits now must be properly lined. There are some historic pits, primarily in Northeast Colorado, that are still unlined, where there isn't a threat to shallow groundwater. So in those pits, there is some still percolation allowed. Produced water can be disposed at a properly permitted commercial facility. It can be discharged into waters of the state pursuant to the Water Quality Control Act, so that they have to have a surface water discharge permit from the Water Quality Control Division. And then they can also take produced water and evaporate it in a properly lined pit at a centralized E&P waste management facility. And I guess there is one other option. It's used very rarely. An operator could dispose into a Class 1 well permitted by EPA. And just as a reminder, a Class 1 underground injection control well is generally for hazardous industrial and municipal wastes, while Class 2 is what we commonly see used, and that's specific to oil and gas production wastes. So the sixth option for operators is to reuse and recycle produced water, and we definitely try to help operators with that. I'll just read the rule. So operators may reuse produced water for enhanced recovery, drilling, completion, and other approved uses in a manner consistent with existing water rights and in consideration of water quality standards and classifications established by the Water Quality Control Commission for waters of the state. And so the way an operator proposes this is to develop a waste management plan for the specific reuse or recycling that they want to do. And I will say, although Ms. Kozlov's graph does show a decline in recycling, I think prior to the kind of the downturn that we saw in drilling recently, recycling was on the upswing with the larger operators who actually have drilling and completions going on. So for the smaller operators who aren't drilling, there's not really a lot they can do to reuse that water. I did want to mention that Cogcc does not regulate treatment methods for flowback and produced water, but through the tool of the waste management plan, that's really how we're trying to assure compliance with the 900 series rules, so there's not kind of spin-off impacts or threats to the environment. And then a second point that's important, Cogcc doesn't regulate commercial reuse of produced water. And so that is, if an operator did want to take their produced water and try to treat it and sell it as a product in a commercial venture, that's something that CPHE would oversee. And as far as I know, has rarely been done. And I think there were some questions about kind of how much water is used to drill a well or complete a well. And I did want to point out to folks that the scout cards for each well, under the completion section for the formation completed, it does talk about the fluids that are used in treatments. And so you can pull up any scout card for a well and find that information. And so I think that's the data that Ms. Kozlov was drawing from for some of her slides. And so I pulled one. This is not an average. It's just an example of a horizontal well drilled in the Niobrara in the Greater Wattenberg area. It had a lateral of about 1.5 miles. And the total fluids for the treatment, so the hydraulic fracture, were 209,000, over 209,000 barrels, which convert to gallons, that's about 8.8 million gallons of water. And so for this operator and the way they were completing this well, they had 27 frac stages. And the interesting part on this well is they used 920 barrels of treated water or treated produced water. And then they also used 208,000 barrels of just straight produced water. So almost this entire treatment was from recycled water, basically, which is good. And again, this is just one example. It certainly doesn't mean that every well is drilled this way. And but some operators really are trying to use a lot of recycled water. So if you're curious about kind of the volume of produced water, this graph shows year over year produced water production and oil production. Again, you can see the tailing off of both produced water and oil production in the last couple of years. In 2020, there were over 282 million barrels of water produced, or I should say generated. And that was from 52,000 active wells approximately. And that was compared to over 171 million barrels of oil produced. And to kind of put that in terms that might help you get a feeling of kind of the volume, if you convert it to acre feet, that's about a little over 36,000 acre feet of produced water generated in the state in 2020. And then just to touch on kind of where the majority of the water goes. So as I already said, it's the largest volume of E&P waste produced in Colorado. About 85% or more of it is injected, primarily into the Class 2 UIC wells, and then 12% or more is disposed in pits. Most of those pits are in Washington, Logan, Morgan, and Los Animas counties. And there's also surface discharge permits, primarily in Los Animas County, but there are others scattered around the state as well. And this is an old chart that I believe Evergreen Resources created several years ago, but it's just showing the total dissolved solids in produced water and kind of the uses that would be appropriate with different amounts of total dissolved solids. And again, just kind of going back to science class a little bit, if you're not familiar with total dissolved solids, we're primarily talking about the inorganic salts dissolved in the water. So it's your major anions and cations that include calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, carbonate, chloride, sulfate, and nitrate. And I just put this in here. You can refer to it. I'm not going to read through it, but you'll note on the low end, they have 500 parts per million total dissolved solids for human consumption, and that's actually a secondary maximum contaminant level. It's more for the aesthetic quality of water. We know that in the state, many people that have domestic water wells, especially here on the Front Range, wells that are completed in the Fox Hills Aquifer commonly contain water that's consumed that is 700 or 800 parts per million TDS and even over 1,000. And then once you get kind of up into that 7,000 to 10,000 TDS range, the water is really starting to become unfit for any type of livestock watering or uses like that. So this slide is from a special project that Cogcc did, where we were actually looking at the naturally occurring radioactive materials concentrations in produced water. And of course, when we did this project, we also analyzed water samples for many different constituents, including total dissolved solids and metals and general water chemistry. So this map gives you a snapshot of kind of the TDS of produced waters from major producing formations and basins across the state. And I think the major takeaway here when you're looking at this is the great variability of the water quality that's produced. And so you'll note Washington County, I don't know if I can, well, there's 4 green dots in Washington County. There's production from the J sand there that's very high quality water, very low TDS. Although, you know, and then close by to the south in Lincoln County, you see a large sphere symbol where the produced water is over 100,000 parts per million. And just to kind of relate it back to the real world, seawater can be variable, but is generally, you know, about 35,000 parts per million TDS. And I do want to give a shout out to our environmental group. Peter Gintadas was the primary author on this report, and our entire staff helped collect the samples across the state. And we really had some great collaboration with several operators, and this is in the library on the website if you ever want to take a look. It's under technical reports, miscellaneous. So I'm going to move on. I have a few slides here to kind of show you how the produced water really gets handled. So this is a produced water pit. This is a newer one. It's in Los Animas County. It's properly lined, fenced, and I don't know if you can see it. It's a little bit hard to see, but there is a mesh net over this pit. So this is probably a well that doesn't produce a lot of water. They're depending on evaporation here. And if evaporation can't keep up with the rate of production, then they would have to pull water off the pit and then dispose of it in another manner. And options down there, they do have UIC wells, and they also have surface water discharge permits there. So, you know, I'll show an example of that next. So this is also Los Animas County, where a large majority of the surface water discharge permits are. Our environmental protection specialist in that region of the state, Jason Casola, sent me these pictures, and he's told me that this is the discharge point, Golden Eagle number 7. It's fed by several wells by pipeline to this outfall point. It's in Apache Canyon, which flows into an unnamed tributary that you can kind of see in the background of the picture on the left. And that tributary flows into the Purgatory River. Obviously, this is, as I've said before, this is permitted by Water Quality Control Division. And this is a nice outfall in terms of, you know, they've actually constructed it. They've got large rock there to prevent erosion. And with some of the older permits years ago, we did see problems where there could be significant erosion between the outfall and the receiving body of water. And for some of the very old sites, we also would sometimes see salt scars or various problems to the surface. So another new rule that got passed recently was Rule 905C2 capital D, and that was specifically provided to kind of prevent impacts to land between the outfall and the receiving water body. So wouldn't say that was a widespread problem, but I think that was a nice rule to come along to make sure we didn't see kind of unintended consequences to these outfalls. So here you see, this is actually a commercial UIC water disposal facility. This is the tank battery, so they have UIC wells, one or more. They are receiving quantities of produced water from different operators. They pay a disposal fee. This facility takes it, and they do, there's usually some inherent hydrocarbons with the produced water, so they do skim that oil and collect it. I think that provides a pretty good revenue stream for many of these facilities, in addition to the disposal costs. There's definitely multiple regulatory jurisdictions over these facilities. So Cogcc obviously permits the UIC well, and then in the case of spills or releases, because it's E&P waste, we get involved in oversight of the cleanup. But CDPHE does have some authority, as well as the county where these facilities reside. So I believe this is in Weld County. They usually have a use by special review permit regarding kind of the construction and access and overall facility requirements. So we do coordinate with Weld County on these. Most of these facilities have groundwater monitoring plans in place when the facility is built. And I'd say in the DJ Basin, especially in the greater Wattenberg, again, this is where you're going to see most of your water being disposed. So another option, with recycling is enhanced, not recycling, but is enhanced recovery. So this is kind of an old water flood tank battery. You don't really see new versions of this anymore, but for the older fields, secondary recovery was an important process. As the decline curve happened with the production, the operators would take the produced water, they'd turn previous producing wells into injection wells, inject that water to try to force more of the oil out through secondary recovery. And so we still have a few of these scattered around the state, and probably not a large volume of the overall handling of produced water, though. So this is just another slide of tanks, sorry. This is a more modern tank battery on a multi-well pad, horizontal wells, and the tank on the left, you just see that it's a produced water tank. And I just threw this in to kind of show you a new version of a modern tank battery where they have some nice secondary containment with the steel ring. It's a little bit hard to tell, but if you look in the background, you can kind of see the liner coming up on the steel ring in the background. New rules, again, passed in January 15th, require all new tank batteries that are constructed now to have that liner underlaying, the entire tank system and all piping. And so this is a nice modern facility for storage of produced water and obviously the oil. And then here, this is more of a conventional well scenario. So this would be a single vertical well with a single tank battery. You see the 300-barrel oil tank in the background and a fiberglass produced water tank. It's a partially buried vessel in the foreground. Again, this well probably doesn't have a large volume of produced water every month. So when the tank gets full, they have a truck come by, pick up the water, and I don't know specifically for the site, but probably most likely goes to a commercial UIC facility unless the operator has their own UIC well. And then last, this is a concrete vault. Don't really see these being installed anymore. This is a newer one. These kind of inherently had a lot of problems in the past, and we did see a lot of spills and releases from these. But if they are purpose built and properly installed, it's just another method to store the produced water, and then they'll have a vac truck come by and take water off of it. Also usually going to a UIC well for disposal. And that's it for me. So I'm happy to answer questions now or after Jim's done.
Thanks, Mr. Axelsson. I think we'll wait until Jim's done and then do questions at the end.
Okay.
Mr. Hughes, you can start whenever you want. You are muted, though.
Good morning. Can you see my presentation?
We can see you and hear you.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk about produced water in the western part of the state and what we do with it over here. Operators have multi-well pits that they dispose of their water in. There's also injection wells similar to the east part of the state. And a lot of the multi-well pits that operators have get converted into centralized E&P waste management facilities where evaporation is a common disposal method. We also encourage reuse and recycling. So I'd like to talk about the centralized E&P waste management facilities and the waste management plans that operators submit. And that includes water share agreements for beneficial reuse. And then I'll take any questions that you may have. Rule 907 deals with centralized E&P waste management facilities, and 907A states operators may establish non-commercial centralized E&P waste management facilities for the treatment, disposal, recycling, or beneficial reuse of E&P waste. This Rule 907 applies only to non-commercial facilities, which means the operator does not represent itself as providing E&P waste management services to third parties, except as part of a unitized area or joint operating agreement or in response to an emergency. The centralized E&P waste management facility application is a Form 28, and the Cogcc does not regulate commercial facilities, only non-commercial facilities. CDPHE, Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division, regulates commercial facilities. In this picture, this is a centralized E&P waste management facility, part of a facility in Gunnison County on the top slide. And that pit has a calculated capacity of 143,000 barrels. And the picture on the bottom of the slide is in Mesa County, and the pit on the north of that complex can hold 1 million barrels of produced water. That pit is roughly 670 feet long by 315 feet across, and it's 60 feet deep. Produced water in the western part of the state can be transported with permanent infrastructure, buried pipelines, or temporary pipelines, as you can see in the slide on the left. Those above ground pipelines get welded together and decommissioned as needed. Or also there's a lot of trucking. This is the same Gunnison County pit complex that was shown earlier. And water is being disposed of in that pit. The waste management plans, Rule 905A4, is a comprehensive plan detailing how the operator would deal with their E&P waste. It also evaluates opportunities for reuse and recycling. Sorry, skip the slide there. In the waste management plans, we encourage water sharing agreements for beneficial reuse. I currently have one going on in Gunnison County where an operator is taking water from the pit that I had a slide of and reusing it in their completion operations. So it's going from one centralized E&P facility to another, and then from there to active well site. So we, as a Cogcc, we promote the recycling of produced water, specifically on the west slope because of the scarcity of it. And we have a Rule 905 guidance document, which is kind of a checklist for their submittal. We want a description of what's going to take place with the water, where it's coming from, where it's going, how it's going to get there. Maps of the source and the route and the means, the duration, the length of the agreement, how much volume they're going to convey, the source water quality analysis. If there's going to be any truck trips on public roads, we want to know that cumulative impact. What facilities are being used for the conveyance. In the narrative of the locations, we want to know if there's any spills or releases or corrective actions from inspections, and just an overview of the entire route that the water is going to travel. And then an annual summary from both operators regarding all of these items, specifically the volume of water transferred. And here is a water share agreement example. In this case, the operator submitted on a Form 4 sundry a request to transfer produced water from one operator to another. In this case, operator 1 had a need for 16,000 barrels per day of produced water for exploration and production operations in Rio Blanco County. And operator 2 had excess water that they could not inject all of that water, so they had a surplus of water, and in this case we allowed that water share agreement to take place to beneficially reuse that water. And that's all that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you, Mr. Axelsson. That was super helpful for me. Commissioners, do you have questions? Commissioner McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentations. I think my question is going to be for Mr. Axelsson. And I think during rulemaking, we talked about this and maybe wanting to get more or better information about what's being emitted from an air emissions perspective from pits that are holding produced water and it might be evaporating from. Can you refresh my memory and or tell me if we know what's happening as far as evaporative activities from open pits?
So yeah, and I believe it was the 903 rules are now going to require operators to determine how the emissions from pits, and I haven't been involved in that, but there was supposed to be a work group to kind of provide some guidelines on how they were going to actually determine that. Cogcc has actually recently purchased some air monitoring equipment, so there's a possibility that we might do some studies. But I could just tell you generally, it's again very dependent on the type of production. So in Northeast Colorado, where I mentioned produced water from J-sand production, it's the water that comes up with crude oil. It has lower volatile range organics to begin with, so you don't see as much dissolved organics in the water. So we've tested those waters in the pits, and generally for dissolved constituents, it'll be non-detect for BTEX many times. If you sampled water, say from a well that had more condensate and more volatile organics, you definitely see more dissolved light end hydrocarbons, and you can get volatilization and emissions from those type of pits. So stay tuned, still to be determined.
Other commissioners with questions? I've got a couple. And again, thank you for those presentations. They were helpful for me. So you talked a little bit about the challenges of the reuse and recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations. And you touched on it a little bit, but depending on what basin you're in, depending on what area you're in, I mean, one of the challenges seems to be just that transportation infrastructure of that produced water, and being able to reuse and recycle it. And at least I'm hearing from operators in the DJ Basin that due to the lack of kind of piping infrastructure, that reuse of produced water is problematic. I wonder if you guys could just talk a little bit about that infrastructure and what may be necessary to encourage the development of that infrastructure. Not necessarily encourage the development of it, but how do we overcome that barrier to recycling and reuse?
Yeah, I can try to address for the east. I mean, one of the problems is that where a lot of the operations in the greater Wattenberg are, where the most intense drilling is taking place, is dissected by developed areas. So, to run a pipeline 3 miles to your next pad can be very problematic. Getting a right of way and crossing intersections and other utilities, it's just difficult because you don't have just wide open undeveloped spaces in many cases. Even in more agricultural areas in the east, you have roads and utility corridors and things like that. So some of our bigger operators in the east, they have was Anadarko, now Oxy, did have an on-demand water system where they had a large pit that they recycled a lot of produced water. They would, my understanding is, blend it, and where they had systematic development, where they had multiple pads, in a row, they could lay down those lines and use them. But most operators probably don't have the land holdings and capacity to really install permanent infrastructure.
It seems like this may be one of the benefits of the oil and gas development plan or the comprehensive area plan, is to be able to look a little more holistically at that, and particularly even the temporary piping infrastructure that could encourage that reuse and recycling of water. I think one of the other questions I had was around when we're permitting discharge of produced water, into a stream environment. What are the water quality criteria that we're utilizing to determine that it is? I mean, I understand it's a CWCB thing. There's some Cogcc. I guess I miss a little bit some of that interaction between the Colorado Water Quality Control Division and Cogcc as far as determining whether or not that water is appropriate to discharge. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So Water Quality Control Division actually does the permitting for those discharges. And we don't really have a part in that. It's simply allowed by rule if they do get the permit. So I think it'd be better, if somebody from Water Quality Control kind of went through how the permits are set up, but it is a very complicated process. It depends on the receiving body of water, the volume and water quality in that water, and then they base the water quality levels that can be discharged. And I don't want to go too far past saying that much about that.
I understand. And, maybe in the future we can have someone from Water Quality Control Division chat with us a little bit about that, because I as one commissioner, I'm curious about that. Any other questions from commissioners? Well, thank you both for the presentation. I really appreciate it. And it is 11:15. We have a scheduled break at 11:10. And so let's go ahead and take the break. In order to stay on schedule, if it's okay with you all, I wonder if we could come back at 11:25 because our next presenter does have a hard stop because she's also at another conference presenting in person shortly after her presentation here. So I did want to keep on target there. So with that, we'll take our break. See you all at 11:25. Start it again. So next up on the agenda, we have Shelly Chard. She will be giving a presentation on the produced water report by the Groundwater Protection Council around regulations, current practices, and research needs. Ms. Chard is the director of the Water Quality Division for the Oklahoma Division of Environmental Quality. I'm really excited to have her here today. The report is massive and in-depth, and I'm super happy that she's willing to chat with us about it. I actually took the time and read most of the report and found it to be really helpful and interesting and in-depth. And so hopefully you all also find that. So welcome, Ms. Chard, and I hand it over to you.
Great, thank you all very much for the invitation. I'm excited to be here. I do apologize. I have a hearing of my own here at 2 o'clock Central Time, 1 o'clock Mountain Time. So I will have to jump off pretty soon after my presentation, but all of my contact information will be available to you at the end. So please feel free if we run out of time for you to contact me. So I just want to make sure you're seeing the right screen. So you do have my presentation.
We do see it. It's
You
not
do?
in presentation mode, but we do see the.
It's not in presentation mode?
It's not, no.
Okay. Let's see. Let me try again. I apologize. You would think I would be better at this by now.
I am terrible at it, so you don't know.
Okay, so how's that? So you have the right thing now?
That is perfect.
Outstanding. All right. So thank you all very much for the invitation to be here with you. And so I do just want to touch on kind of the high points of the most comprehensive produced water study that I know of. Maybe I'm a little partial, but at 300 pages, it's pretty extensive. Just have to give a shout out to the project team that led this 2-year effort. I'm not going to read it to you. You can see it there. Also, our study partners that contributed that made it possible for us to do this work. And it's not very often that you see some of these connections in these partners, the Groundwater Protection Council, but the Department of Energy and EDF and the Petroleum Institute. So we were really excited to be able to bring everybody together and have meaningful dialogue as we develop this report, and to bring together those perspectives of those in the oil and gas industry, those in water quality agencies, environmentalist, activist type groups. So it was really exciting to see this report move forward. It took just a little over 2 years from the time the Groundwater Protection Council board kind of gave the charge to us to begin this work, and we were able to publish in the summer of 2019. We started a lot of the efforts in publicizing the report and speaking at conferences about our work, and then COVID kind of slowed us down a little bit. So we knew it was such a big topic, and how do you break it down? How do you eat an elephant? one bite at a time. So that's kind of how we approach this. We made 3 very distinct pieces called modules. The first one really focused on that regulatory aspect, the legal framework, and then we moved on to what's happening in the oil and gas industry right now. Where are we seeing reuse? And then we focused on that forward-looking piece, looking at what are the research needs that we need to have, what questions do we need to have answered in order to move to a greater reuse outside of oil and gas. So the report's goals, we had some lofty goals. Wanted to educate the public. Here, oh, oil and gas industry, they must be bad. No, they're actually helping solve some of the biggest water problems that we face right now. We wanted to encourage a dialogue. So oftentimes the industry and regulators, especially in environmental agencies like my own, sometimes we get a little crosswise, but really we wanted to encourage this collaboration and cooperation because that's really, really important as we try to move forward. And we really wanted to inform new research. We know we need more research to safely, effectively, appropriately reuse produced water. And ultimately, we wanted to expand its reuse. We wanted to make sure that we were not simply injecting water, taking it out of the water cycle. We want to reuse this water, or maybe it's use it for the first time in a way that's protective of public health and the environment, but is good for the industry and make effective use of our resources. So what was the driver? Why did we start thinking about this? Well, if you all are in the oil and gas industry, you know the volumes of water that are produced from oil and gas wells. There's a very, very large volume. We also have all of the stresses that we're feeling as we have populations moving from one area to another. We have drought. All of these components come together, and then the bonus, at least for some of us, was the induced seismicity. That the number of earthquakes Oklahoma had far exceeded California for a while, although they weren't huge. For somebody who's not accustomed to thinking about earthquakes, it kind of rocked our world. So we had to start thinking about how we were going to deal with that. So state regulation, oil and gas, a lot of that regulation does happen at the state level. Under RCRA Subtitle C, oil and gas wastes are exempt. So that's important. Federal permitting programs, which oftentimes are housed in a state environmental or oil and gas agency, looking at the Clean Water Act, which is the NPDES permitting, or Safe Drinking Water Act, which is the underground injection control programs. Some states, they are housed together in one agency. Some states, they are in multiple agencies. My own state, we have oil and gas regulation is under our Corporation Commission, but the NPDES and the other Safe Drinking Water Act programs are actually housed within the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. So you kind of have to know all of the particulars for the states, as opposed to just being able to be a one-stop shop, go look at whatever the federal rules say. There are all kinds of reasons why there are differences between the states and how they handle the regulations. Some of it's just very practical. It's different geography, different geology. We kind of joke, it depends on the climate, which may or may not have anything to do with weather. The political climate also dictates a lot of times how things are regulated. When groundwater is concerned, we have a lot of state-specific groundwater rules that come into play. Approaches to infrastructure, the pumping, the piping that goes on with the water also can play a role. And then, of course, we have historical practices and we've always done it that way kind of approach. So, one of the things that just, my soapbox for a moment is oil and gas isn't regulated. They just run amok all the time. Well, except here are all the ways that the oil and gas industry is regulated. Some of it's very straightforward and applies across the board. Transportation, when we start looking at the trucking permits or special endorsements on driver's license, looking at easements that may be required, looking at roadway crossings, river crossings, and my favorite is the railway crossings. I don't know if you've tried to do that recently, but that's a multi-year process and can be quite challenging. The ownership side, who owns the water? Is it the same as the water owner, the groundwater owner? Is produced water part of groundwater as far as allocations are concerned? Do you have that under the mineral rules and how you obtain access? There may be permits. In some places, it's strictly contractual. When we move over into storage, some states strictly prohibited to have any kind of pits for that water or that waste. Some states, that's highly encouraged. What is your secondary containment? What do your SPCC plans look like? What kind of stormwater controls or stormwater permits are required? For fracking, states have various regulations. There are various reporting regulations. Some states mandate frac focus. Some states mandate you keep records. Some states just don't. Storage of chemicals and transportation of chemicals can also be an area where the regulations vary from state to state, but are very important that that be followed. But the disposition of that produced water, are you going to discharge it? There's a whole permitting regime for that. Is it going to go to a location where it has to be pre-treated versus treated to water quality standards or effluent limitation guideline limits? Are you going to be doing some kind of enhanced recovery of oil and gas? What kind of injection wells are you using? And what are the permitting requirements for those? And then we get into this new category, which is part of what we're all experiencing and trying to figure out as we move forward. What kind of permitting or regulatory structure do we see behind beneficial reuse? When we're inside the oil and gas exploration and production, a lot of times there's not really much that has to be done, but it's when we start moving outside of oil and gas exploration and production. Is it something that's going to be governed by the state? Is it something covered under the Clean Water Act? Is it something that a county or a regional jurisdiction or a municipality has put in place? For us, we've experienced that a little bit on a county by county basis. One thing that's for sure, we're definitely going to be seeing more regulations on that beneficial reuse as we move forward. So the module 1 summary, just to highlight it in 4 very, very simple points. States really have the primary role in regulating oil and gas activity. Water rights and the responsibilities that come with those water rights really vary from state to state. In general, the big key is that the Western states approach water very differently than some of the Eastern states. One thing that can be very, very helpful is to include produced water anytime there are water planning activities going on. Whether it's a comprehensive statewide water plan or if it is a regional water plan, but produced water can play a role and should be considered. And the last one, firm grasp of the obvious, regulatory frameworks may need to evolve. They may need to adapt to new technologies, to new approaches, in order to reuse or use produced water outside of the oil and gas industry. So moving on to kind of the study, this is that second piece, which is kind of what was the state of play at the time. We looked at 7 basins where we focused some intensive conversations, phone calls, meetings, gathering information from the companies that were practicing in these 7 basins. So it's not holistic, but it is a good representation. So something that was again, pretty obvious, when we're looking at, within the oil and gas industry, increased beneficial use in either enhanced recovery or in fracking definitely can save fresh water, which is something that we're all striving for, makes energy production more sustainable. We know some of the benefits. We may be able to reduce disposal costs, and that can help also with some of the capacity limitations that we had, particularly in Oklahoma and Texas, due to the induced seismicity. That was a big driver for a lot of our operators, knowing that if there was an earthquake of a certain size, that the injection wells would be either reduced capacity or completely shut down. So that was key for them to be able to operate. And by reducing fresh water usage, they're part of the solution for a lot of municipalities that were experiencing water scarcity due to drought. So the oil and gas industry was able to reuse some of this produced water and then did not have to use fresh water. The challenges, again, some of these are pretty obvious. The regulatory framework that's changing already very quickly, which is really important. The transportation of the water, whether it be pumped, piped, or trucked, that's definitely an issue. How it's stored, where it's stored, those were issues that had to be addressed. Underground injection, is there well available? Is there adequate capacity? What about new regulations related to the induced seismicity? Looking at if we want to treat, what's the level we need to treat? Not all water should be treated to drinking water standards. It doesn't need to be treated that far. It just needs to be treated to the purpose that it's going to be used. So that, is something in figuring out and navigating regulations and the public perception. Spill management, always an issue. The residuals from treatment, how are we going to manage those? How are we going to dispose of them? Air emissions and wildlife protections are all those key issues that we have. The group immediately identified some additional areas where additional research was going to be needed. Can we be more effective and efficient with leak detection? How do we address specific treatment challenges and those byproducts that are produced? How do we enhance our evaporation or desalination processes in order to make them more usable in this arena? What products can be separated? What can we use as a resource recovery, an additional product? There's one facility in Oklahoma, as an example, that they are recovering iodine and selling iodine as a product. So that helps offset other costs. And what other water treatment might be available? How can we improve our options? And then looking at what kind of regulatory changes. You're going to hear that a lot. How do we deal in the regulatory framework? You don't need me to read this to you, but these are kind of some policy things that are out there that people have looked at that maybe we need to help address so that we can move forward. My own personal issue for a while was the temporary lay flat lines. We had a county that had a lot of oil and gas operations happening, say, no lay flat lines, no temporary pipes. You got to bury them. They've got to be hard infrastructure. Well, that essentially shut down a lot of the reuse in that county. So there are a lot of these issues that maybe on the surface don't seem so bad, but the reality becomes more of an issue. The other big one on this list, the produced water ownership. Who owns it? Is it the surface owner? Is it the mineral rights owner? Is it the oil and gas exploration company? Who is it? And how does that dictate what happens? Who's responsible for what costs? What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks from the different scenarios? So just to wrap up the summary on this section, Cost was really a huge driver on the reuse. A lot of that was in treatment and a lot of it in transportation. There are a lot of challenges, but there are a lot of opportunities for reuse in the oil and gas field. So that's a big one. Midstream companies are really emerging. They have a big role to play in our management of water. We know we have a lot of research, not only on the technical issues, but also on policy issues in order to encourage reuse. And again, firm grasp of the obvious, reuse really varies based on the region of the country or the area, the water produced in the various well fields. So that's a big one. So the final module, really, this is the forward-looking piece. It's obviously the most challenging. It's very complicated. There's already some small-scale efforts ongoing. We need to continue to move forward, but we need to move with caution. And research, really, we have all of these different areas, but we need to see what the environmental impact and public health impact are as we move forward. So again, we do see some reuse outside of oil and gas operations, but it's pretty limited. But as we look forward, there have been those that say, oh, we need to turn produced water into drinking water. That's going to solve so many problems. Like, well, it could, but we're not there yet. We're a long way from where we are to where we have the treatment technology, disposal of byproducts, and have all of that ready to implement and to be able to ensure the protection of public health of those who would consume that water. So we really try to focus more on things that are within our grasp. Things like land application, whether it be irrigation on cropland, on golf courses, on agriculture land. What does discharge look like if it's going either into a surface water body or a groundwater body? And then, of course, the industrial uses, which hopefully we can make more progress and get to those kinds of uses quicker, just because of the impact to public health is significantly reduced. We have to have an understanding and be able to appropriately manage risks in order to prevent unintended consequences. I'm going to go through this very quickly because we could spend an hour on these next 3 or 4 slides, but mostly what I wanted to do with this is just highlight a decision-making framework that was included in this report. It was developed working with industry and various groups. And it's basically a 4-phase, and it basically kind of puts you into that decision-making thought process. And so basically the first step is, obviously it's a preliminary assessment of the program. Does it make sense? We have some basic desktop type work. So this is not, let's go out and spend a whole lot of money only to find out we didn't think through this wasn't a good idea. The second phase, which, there we go, to identify the stressors. We want to make sure we're really looking at the right constituents of concern, not just picking what's quick and easy. We want to really make sure we know what the stressors are. We want to make sure that we consider what these constituents are. How do we treat it? Can we manage it? Can we deal with it? And the third phase is really getting into that assessment of the exposure. What are the hazards that we face? What kind of dose response are we seeing? And then we can really actually characterize the risk. And finally, we're making a decision. Yes, we're moving forward because this is manageable, or we need to rethink this. And at each time we have the opportunity to go back and look at the various components that make up our decision-making process, so that eventually, we get down to this proceed with reuse program, because that's where we ultimately want to be. So fit for purpose treatment, we basically felt like it was really important. We can do some initial treatment, and that might be good enough for certain uses. We may need additional treatment or advanced treatment. We may need some really advanced treatment, but we need to tailor the treatment to the use, instead of saying all water must meet water quality standards or be potable. The water must meet the end use. They're not going to require the same treatment. It's not going to require the same analysis, but it needs to be appropriate. And we don't have to focus on those high-end uses if we can look at what is appropriate for an industrial cooling tower, if we can look at what is needed for irrigation of a particular kind of crop. And that can help with the financial investment that's needed to use some of these produced water end uses. So we talk a lot about cost and talk about decision making, but there are other practical things that we have to take into account. If it's cost prohibitive, we're kind of done already. So we've got to take into account the economics. We also have to take into account the logistics. You may have a whole lot of produced water in eastern Oklahoma, but you need it in western Oklahoma, and that's a 150-mile pipeline. Well, that may not be your best reuse scenario because of economics. The legal and regulatory framework, that all connects in. The benefits, it's got to be a win-win for everybody, a win for the companies, a win for whatever the reuse option is, but a win for the public as a whole. And public perception, right or wrong, is always a big part of the business. And having to consider, how do we do public outreach? How do we engage the affected public in a manner that makes them willing to be supportive of this kind of a project in their area? There's a lot of literature, and it is growing by leaps and bounds. This study did do a compilation of what was available at the time. I know the print, all of this is really small, but hopefully you will have access to the presentation, or you can link to the report and see exactly the type of studies that have been done and what we know. I can tell you the difference between then and 3 years later. There's been a lot more work that's out there, and I know you're hearing about some of that today. So just as a summary of this last big piece of the report, current reuse of produced water is small, but there are opportunities. Definitely there are opportunities to move forward. We have to understand more about the risks in reuse of produced water so that we can manage that risk and avoid unintended consequences. The report does have a really good decision-making framework that anyone can use, and hopefully that can help inform as companies or individuals move forward. The level of treatment really depends on what are you going to do with the water. We should package that up together better than we historically have done. Public perception is a key to moving this forward. Economics, logistics, regulation, and the benefits all have a role to play, but public perception has to be overcome many times by the oil and gas companies. We do have the literature, it's growing, and encourage researchers to continue doing that good work. We have more research than we had, but we're still in the beginning stages as opposed to in the late stages of gathering that research. So a couple of conclusions here. Reuse is possible, and it may be cost effective in the right situations. Companies and end users are partners. They have to work together. Communication early and often if they want to be successful. Regulators have to be open-minded and have to look for ways to allow reuse projects. But at the same time, they still have their primary responsibility of protection of public health and the environment. Then expanding reuse opportunities, it's probably going to require legislative and regulatory solutions. We're all going to have to be in it together and work to address some of these big questions or issues, and that is the ownership issue. When and where does the transfer of ownership occur? That's going to speak to liability, who has liability, and how do we deal with that? What are the impacts to human health, and what are the safety concerns? And of course, environmental risk and mitigation concerns. And that's the last two are things that the general public really have to understand and kind of be on board. So kind of a final thought, and that is produced water reuse does have potential, but we have to be careful and we have to be thoughtful in how we move forward. And so as promised, here is my contact information. And it also has a link to the full report. You can open that online and pick and choose if you want the executive summary or module by module. And then there are some pretty extensive appendices that also help to inform the conclusions of the report. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm not sure how much time we have for questions, but I'm happy to stay on and answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chard. That was a great overview of the report, and I appreciate you being here. We do have time for questions. So, commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Chard? Commissioner Najapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Ms. Chard, for the presentation. This was very interesting, and I haven't had a chance to read through the whole report, but definitely look forward to doing that. With respect to the cost being such an issue with reuse, do you know, are there conversations, with some of especially some of the federal entities about opportunities for subsidizing with not just oil and gas, but some of these other industries for subsidizing costs?
So I don't know that I can speak specifically to cost subsidization, but I do know that the Department of Energy has done some work with their, I always get the order wrong, but it's the Grand Water Challenge. There are some significant millions of dollars that are available to companies for research and for pilot testing and implementation of water solutions. So I know, that's one area. I know that there are several companies, water treatment companies, that have been working on different projects and with various funding in order to try to bring down the cost of treatment, the cost per gallon of treatment of produced water. So I know there is some of that work going on.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other commissioner questions? So I've got a couple of questions, Ms. Chard. So as you were going through this process and looking at the different basins and looking at, I guess, the areas that are most motivated towards recycling and reuse, what areas are those, and what's the dynamics of those that make them, I guess, more successful or more motivated to reuse and recycle produced water?
So I'm going to start my answer in a very annoying fashion, so I will just apologize up front. And that is, it depends. During drought, when Oklahoma and Texas, particularly West Texas, were experiencing our worst drought of record, everybody was interested in every way we could possibly reuse the water we have, find new sources of water. unfortunately or fortunately, it rained. We needed the rain. We needed that. We needed it for all sorts of reasons. But one of the downsides to that was it was no longer as cost effective to do some of the treatment and reuse because there was water flowing in rivers. So that, the drought situation played a role always. Areas where there was alternative water sources available that were easily available, where there may be infrastructure already in the ground. So if we could have 2 or 3 municipal wastewater treatment plants, as an example, discharging, they could take that water, use it as part of the fracking water, and then that water plus the produced water could come back into that collection infrastructure and go to a central waste treatment facility, and that water go back out again. So we saw where we needed makeup water, that was a big driver. Some of the basins do not produce anywhere near the amount of water that other basins will do. So that played a role. Sometimes it was even sub-basins that we saw in some of the Oklahoma areas, especially. We had wide range of volumes and quality. So all of that, played in. But where we saw increases in rainfall, we saw less interest in the expenditures needed to really get treatment of produced water off the ground.
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions? Well, thank you for being here, Ms. Chard. I know you've got another presentation you need to do, so we will let you go, but appreciate the time you spent with us here today and the information that you've provided to us. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you all very much. And like I said, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out, and you have the information on the slides to get the full report if you have an interest. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioners, it's noon right now. We're now a little ahead of schedule. We intended to take our lunch break at 12:30. I assume that it would probably be best to go ahead and take our lunch break now. I can reach out to Ms. Saunders, who's our next presenter, and see if she's able to start a little earlier, or we can just stay on schedule as planned and take a little longer lunch break. Does any commissioner have a preference which way we go there? Okay, well, let me reach out to Ms. Saunders and see if she's able to start a little earlier, and then maybe we can just go for an hour lunch right now, or go till 1 o'clock and check back in, and I'll let you guys know if at that point if Ms. Saunders is not able to, and then we'll just break again until 1:30. So we'll come back at 1.
Hey, this is Nicole Saunders speaking. Actually, I was given permission to unmute. I can join back. Did you want to start back up at 1 o'clock your time, 2 o'clock Central?
If you're available, that would be great.
Sure, I'm happy to come back then. If that's what you choose to do, just shoot me an email and let me know, and I'll make sure I'm here.
Let's plan on doing that then. So we will see you at 1 o'clock, and everyone else will be here as well. So let's break for lunch until 1. So next up on the agenda is a presentation on risks, research needs, and regulatory implications utilizing produced water outside of oil and gas activities. This is done by Nicole Saunders, who's the senior attorney for the energy program for the Environmental Defense Fund. I also want to give my thanks to Ms. Saunders for really helping me put together this water presentation learning session today. She was super helpful in suggesting different folks that have presented to us today. And so thank you for that. And with that, I will hand it over to you.
Great, thank you so much, commissioners and everyone, for having me here today. And I'm very glad to participate in this conversation around produced water. Today, I want to share a little bit around the work that Environmental Defense Fund and some of our partners have done with respect to questions surrounding the idea that Shelly did a great job of touching on with the GWPC report earlier on the risks and research needs and regulatory considerations that we're going to be thinking about, specifically when we talk about the reuse of produced water outside of oil and gas activities. So a lot has already really been said today around what is produced water. What are we thinking about when we think about produced water reuse? So I'm going to kind of speed through this, but generally speaking, I wanted to highlight a couple of places where there's been a particular interest growing as regions grapple with things like the effects of climate change and drought, disposal challenges like seismicity, other business and economic strains. There are a number that are beginning to look at this waste stream as a potential resource. So numerous recent publications and plans really identified this issue as an area of study. EPA's Water Reuse Action Plan specifically calls out produced water as one of the 5 major sources to consider for potential reuse. The Groundwater Protection Council report, which Shelly highlighted. I should also say I'm also biased to this report. I think you might have seen I was an author on that 3rd module around produced water reuse outside of the oil field. Cannot recommend that resource enough for you as kind of the best go-to place to get it all in one place. And then, you know, I know we're talking about Colorado, but the Permian Basin is one of the places where this particular idea and issue has really risen to the top of focus. And, you know, New Mexico is now in year 2 of a research consortium that's aimed at addressing questions related to reuse. And Texas just this past session passed a bill that will establish a Texas consortium to look at this idea. So what am I specifically talking about today when I'm talking about produced water reuse? So we've had multiple conversations, and the ideas are often merged. So the idea of produced water recycling for oil field purposes and reuse can often get merged together. And I just want to be clear up front. So in this top pathway, when we talk about utilizing produced water to supplement or replace fresh water or other usable like brackish water resources for oil field operations is a chief alternative. It's the low-hanging fruit. It's definitely the highest and best use of produced water in the near term. You know, if we're doing this in a way that we're limiting any additional spill or leak risk from storing it and moving it at the surface a little more than normal, this is a positive move away from pressure on local freshwater resources. So that's a good thing if it can be done correctly, and it should be done more. That's not what I'm going to talk about today. So as operators and regulators start to consider alternatives that look to release or reuse produced water more than already happens in such a very rare, tiny amount, outside the oil field, there's a lot more complex considerations surrounding how we identify and manage those risks. And chief among those is a foundational limitation in our really comprehensive knowledge of the chemical and toxicological character of this produced water itself, combined with really a present lack, for the most part, of updated regulatory programs that are designed to manage it in these new ways. And that's primarily due to the absence of a real need for either this science or these rules to exist because of our historical practices of, for the most part, disposing of wastewater through underground injection or other mechanisms that don't involve intentional release or exposure pathways. So I want to give you a pretty high level overview of the issues and EDF's work to better kind of elucidate these challenges. a key area that we at EDF have been focused on is trying to really tease out what do we know and not know about the chemicals identified in produced water. And early on, we identified this as a really important gap. It does relate to one of those components of that decision-making framework in the GWPC report as well. What are the chemicals that we're talking about? What are their toxicities? And how are they covered in the existing regs? So our health scientists team published a paper in 2020 working with Texas A&M and the Endocrine Disruption Exchange to review literature and identify studies on produced water. And that was used to develop a comprehensive database of all the constituents that we've seen nationally identified in published literature as present in produced water. And then we started doing a number of things with that information. This paper includes a framework to prioritize chemicals based on their toxicological hazard. I'm not going to talk about that today, but that paper and the entire database is available for free online. What I want to talk about is what we've done beyond that with this database. So this is really kind of one of the first comprehensive reviews and compilations of this information. And in it, we identified a little under 1,200 constituents that have been found in produced waters nationally. That number, since we've started updating the database, is well over 1,300 now. So this is more than just TDS, right, that we're talking about. There are a variety of constituents present in the water. Surprisingly enough, very few of them are actually constituents used in fracturing operations themselves. A vast majority of them are either constituents that are present or transformational byproducts that were developed from the change in reactions of chemicals that are used in process, chemicals used in maintenance and operation, and a litany of other potential things that might be present. And so we started asking the question of what type of toxicity data do we have? And it turns out the answer is really very little. Less than 14% of these constituents have the type of toxicity data you might need to, say, conduct a risk assessment. So then we were able to look at how these chemicals were represented in a regulatory program that might apply if you're looking at discharge or reuse. And I'm going to talk about that more in just a minute. I am not necessarily going to go through this framework because I think that this was already addressed in portions today. But generally speaking, the regulatory frameworks for produced water discharge and reuse outside of oil and gas are somewhat limited. And they weren't really written with the idea of widespread discharge in mind to specifically address the constituents that we're now seeing in produced waters. Because it represents the most comprehensive existing framework, I'm focusing a lot today on surface water discharges through the Clean Water Act and the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program and how those specifically apply to produced water. But I want to just put a huge asterisk here and two because of my Colorado audience. One, these frameworks don't talk about water rights, which you've already addressed. And also this framework is not really for discharges outside of the Clean Water Act. So if we're talking about direct land application, irrigation, aquifer recharge, those are other regulatory considerations. And so I'm not going to read through my slide here on the discharge regs because I think you all have been presented with the framework for those rules today. But the question when you think about the surface water discharge framework to begin with, west of the 98th meridian where Colorado completely aligns, discharges of produced water from oil and gas sites are allowed where they're put to a beneficial use and they're of good enough quality for that use. So aside from an oil and grease limitation at the federal level, the only other permitting limitation is this idea of good enough quality. And so that begs a lot of questions. What constituents are we concerned about when we're looking at quality? Are there approved analytical methods for looking for them in the regulatory context? Do we know if standards should exist? If so, what should the standard or the limit be? And can we answer that question with the toxicity information we have? So basically what EDF has been doing is updating our database and then using this tool that we've developed to start breaking down where the challenges are on these fronts in terms of asking these questions of what does it mean to be good enough quality for a variety of end uses? So this is kind of how we've established this database. And so while we recognize there's significant gaps that are going to remain in the information that we have today, and we really strongly encourage the commitment of the time and resources needed and access to samples to really address these limitations and do this research. There are circumstances where we might have the availability of data or tools to start making more informed decision making now. That means we can improve standards or improve practices or improve monitoring. So while it's EDF's general position that permitting programs should not proceed until satisfactory research is completed to really inform the development of appropriate comprehensive standards, there may be instances where there's forward movement or existing programs. And so where can we start? And so we started asking these questions of, are there existing state water quality standards or federal criteria? And how do they overlap with existing published data and characteristics and quality of produced water? And then are there available analytical methods? And then the availability of toxicity data. So I just want to emphasize, obviously EDF has not done risk assessments for each of these chemicals. Where there are data, we're just saying that data exists. We're not commenting on the quality of that data. So to start kind of breaking this all down, this is the framework that we developed to start asking these questions regarding how do existing standards, again, in the surface water quality context, compare to what we know about produced waters. So basically we're asking a question, is there a constituent in the produced water? So far in our database, like I said, we've identified over 1,300. But the second question creates a really big cut. So is there an approved analytical method that could be used in a regulatory program? So without a real approved method to detect it in a way that's reliable and consistent across the board, it's very difficult for regulators to require limits or monitoring because the method isn't available or approved. So this cuts drastically the list of available constituents down to something around 300. And then we start asking questions about whether or not there are actually existing standards on the books in that regulatory context. And then if so, we say, yes, let's consider whether we should monitor, measure, or regulate those constituents, even if they're not historically already on the list of things we might be thinking about. So for example, there's an oil and grease limitation, but you've got this number of constituents that we have a standard for, maybe we can also look at those. And then if there's not an existing standard, but there is a method, the question is, okay, is there toxicity data? Might there be enough information that we could go down the pathway of developing a standard? And so we kind of break that down into, is there the type of toxicity values you might want to see? And if you don't see any of those things, in multiple cases, this is just a call again for further research. So I just want to talk through some of our data sources for looking at this. So the produced water chemicals obviously is from EDF's database that was built on a comprehensive literature review. Only produced water, not environmental impact studies, and it has over 180 literature citations. Then for the standard analytical methods, I'm not going to read the sources, but these are the federal EPA references to standards. And then we looked at a variety of state standards and criteria. For toxicity values, we looked at, again, EPA databases like the Toxville database, the Ecotox database for those toxicity information. So we've only done this review at the federal level and for a handful of states where this conversation is active. And I worked with our scientist, Dr. Chloe Danforth, to pull a quick review of Colorado's actual water quality standards for this conversation today. So I welcome input now or later on this, but we pulled basically the surface water standards that apply in Colorado for surface water, for groundwater. We didn't do a review of drinking water standards because those overlap with the federal standards. And then also a general permit that exists for discharges of produced waters that's unique to Colorado and has a number of additional constituents that are in that permit. And I just want to note that in many places, one of the challenges we have is that produced water samples basically don't exist in that region. Colorado, I think, is probably second to the Marcellus region for places where actual research has been done on produced water and published. I think you're going to hear from James Rosenblum later today. He's responsible for some of that very good research. And a number of your universities have done really very, very strong, good research on characterizing produced water. So as a state, you have better information in the peer-reviewed literature on your produced water than many other states have. And so just to give kind of these numbers as a breakdown, so of the 1,300 plus chemicals in produced water, we have that initial cut, right, of available methods that cuts it down to only about 322. So we're looking at less than a quarter of them to begin with that have methods. And so looking at the Colorado standards, you can see that there are 78 water quality, surface or groundwater constituents that are produced water constituents that have been found in produced water that are already somewhere in Colorado's rules. And so the idea would be maybe those are a first area to look at for constituents that might be useful in a permitting context. And then there are about 200 where there is not a standard, but there is in fact some level of useful toxicity data that could inform the research that might be necessary to do a standard. Now, this is not a qualitative look at the safety or impact of Colorado's rules. This is just this basic numeric quantitative look at what constituents are in produced water and are they covered or not by existing rules explicitly. These are numeric only criteria, not narrative standards. And so kind of the key takeaways we've seen across the board on state crosswalks is that there are surface water quality standards at the state level in many states that can be applied to produced water. I gave some numbers here for the different states. These are basically kind of what we would call low-hanging fruit. So this is not a priority list. These may not be the constituents that we are most concerned about in produced water from a toxicological standpoint, from an ecosystem standpoint, from a crop health standpoint. But they are the places where we have something to go on. Also, for every state across the board, there are a significant number of chemicals that have the method, don't have a standard, but do have toxicity values like human toxicity values or ecotox values. So the question becomes, is there some kind of research or analysis that can be done around that question of, is there more work that can be done there? And there's an opportunity to consider, what can we do with this information in order to strengthen permits and regulatory programs in places where there are these research consortiums going on. Maybe there's an opportunity to look at these constituents when we're thinking about guidelines or standards as places to help prioritize. So this kind of existing information can really help inform those kinds of pilots and research studies. And it's important to flag that at the beginning of this exercise, we had to cut down our list of constituents we were looking at because there was no standard analytical methods. So that's over 1,000 constituents that have been identified in produced waters that basically still don't have an approved analytical method to even be considered. So not every single one of those constituents needs a standard method by any means. It's costly and time consuming to develop a standard method. However, it's very likely there are a number of constituents that truly do need a standard method and truly do need to be incorporated into modern regulatory programs that are thinking about expanding these practices. Because without that, we can't just assume that the programs that we've historically built are addressing the constituents that we're concerned about for the new purposes that we're thinking of to reuse this waste stream. And so there needs to be some work to do prioritization to think about where might we need new methods? Where are there constituents in certain contexts of reuse where we're very concerned? So we need to prioritize that research. And I want to leave room for questions, but I want to talk about, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about land application. So Land application as separate from direct or indirect discharge to surface waters that are encompassed with the Clean Water Act provisions. A number of produced water scenarios are being thought about in this case. So can produced water be used for irrigation? Can it be used for livestock water? Can it be used for rangeland rehabilitation? Can it be used for municipal watering of something like a golf course? And so we're in the process at EDF of launching a similar project that will consider what information we have if we're thinking about land application. It's immensely more challenging. There are very few regulatory systems or other guidelines to really build on as compared to the established clean water programs where we can do this really quantitative look at where the standards are and what they look at. And this really relates back to the point Shelly was making from the Groundwater Protection Council report that in terms of treating water to the specific needs of the end use. And the challenge is that we don't necessarily have the information we need to know what is good enough quality, what's the goal, what should we be telling treatment providers is the goal to ensure that we're not creating a near-term or long-term environmental risk, for example, to our crops, to the soil. Maybe the crops don't die, but there's a sublethal impact that we might not see for a few years out. So how do we have confidence that we're not creating that challenge, and how do we know what it means to be good enough? This really isn't something that we can necessarily look at what we've been looking at for in terms of water quality in these practices. So for example, a lot of the irrigation standards that you might see are really focused on something like E. coli or a variety of pesticides, whereas that's not necessarily a produced water problem. What are the produced water constituents that we want to make sure are absolutely not passing through treatment, are not present in this water because they will cause an impact either to the crop, to the soil, or even downstream to the livestock or to the eventual consumer that, for example, might consume a crop. So we're trying to identify what the most likely reuse alternatives are in the land apply context, and then think about what are the potential receptors and exposure routes that might happen. So everything from worker dermal or inhalation exposure to downstream consumer of livestock that drink that water or crop. And we're not going to be able to follow that scientifically, but what we're hoping to be able to do is identify whether there are any existing or potentially applicable resources that are out there to guide permitting or guideline development in these regions, and really build it out in a way that's really based on the constituents that are in produced water. So are there any regulations that are specific to produced water? Are there federal laws or regulations that may come into play? Everything from Endangered Species Act to OSHA, state laws and regulations, or other non-regulatory guidelines, university studies on livestock consumption and constituents of concern for livestock, those kinds of things. And really the early findings is that, like I said, there are a lot of significant gaps. Outside of one land apply case study permit in Wyoming, there's really no applicable regulations that are specific to produced water reuse in the land apply context. There are multiple potentially applicable federal laws that might come into play if you follow various exposure routes. Much of that's not really been considered in the dialogue today, things like food safety standards, endangered species. There are some available tools in state water quality standards and federal water quality criteria that might be useful if they're just translated into the terrestrial context. So New Mexico has groundwater standards, for example, there. And the traditional regulations, like I mentioned earlier, studies, guidance, and recommended limits for these things really are only limited to a handful of constituents like E. coli. And in some cases, you do get salinity, which is relevant, but is not the full picture for produced water. And our literature review obviously is not going to be able to be systematically comprehensive, but it could potentially be done in a comprehensive way for a specific scenario, for a specific region, and importantly, really for a specific produced water. So we know produced water varies greatly. And so when you're asking these questions, it's important to know what is in our produced water in this region that we're asking this question about, and then build from there in terms of what needs to be removed to make this water potentially useful in these contexts. And like I said earlier, obviously, we're starting behind the ball on this question of looking at produced water as a wastewater alongside the other wastewaters that, for example, the Water Reuse Action Plan is taking into consideration. If you look at municipal water reuse, we've had decades of things like blue ribbon panels and studies that have been ongoing to consider how can we safely look at this as a resource? How do we know it's both environmentally and public health appropriate to do these things, but also how do we convince the public that it's the correct thing to do and something that the right protections can be in place. So we can't necessarily rush this, and we really need to do a lot of research to ensure the standards can be adequate. And with that, I want to stop and give folks an opportunity for questions. And I just want to note, like, I'm going to click through this, and I think the slides have been shared with you, but I did share the crosswalks that we did at the federal level with you all, in case you want to just noodle over those at some point. So I'm going to end my slideshow and stop sharing.
Oh, great. Thank you, Ms. Saunders, for that information. And that was a lot for a non-scientist, but I think it's really good, good information. And I certainly will take the time to, follow up with the citations that you put in there. Commissioners, do you have questions for Ms. Saunders? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, again, thank you so much. It was a lot to absorb. So I'm wondering if you all also looked at radioactivity and things like T-norm, because I know that that's something that Colorado's been discussing for quite some time, given the geology of our state, and what kind of any conclusions you came to there. And then I would also be interested in your thoughts about bioaccumulation. So when we're talking about like a land application, the first application might be below all the standards that we're worried about, but multiple applications then might start to build upon each other, where we start to have concerns about something that at the beginning feels or seems benign, but then isn't after multiple applications.
That's two great points. One thing is that we did not do a specific deep dive into like norm or T-norm. It's kind of included as a constituent that we're looking at, and whether or not it's covered in standards. We didn't do a deep dive. I will say yes, absolutely. In the places where it's a problem, it is a very serious problem. It needs to be thought about and addressed and treated. And not only does the treatment need to address removing it from the water that's going to be used, but also managing the solid or sludge or liquid waste streams that are developed in the process. So our study doesn't add anything new, I think, to the research around that issue, but I will agree that it's a big one. On the second question, oh my goodness. Commissioner, can you give me a
bioaccumulation?
Bioaccumulation. Thank you so much. We have recognized that, especially in the land apply context, as an area that some real good, I think, probably academic research needs to be done, like a greenhouse study or another type of study to look at how things are bioaccumulating. You are exactly right. One of the concerns we have is not necessarily. So there's one pilot that was done a while ago in Texas, for example, where they looked at cotton growth, and the question ended up basically turning on, did the cotton live or die? And while that's an important thing to know, to me, it's how did the yield look after 5 growing seasons? How did the soil look? And those are questions that require maybe column studies or something that's kind of looking at how those things are changing, how sublethal impacts are happening. We have not done that. I believe that our scientist is trying to, in her next round of research on toxicity information, gather where there's persistence bioaccumulation information on particular constituents and be pretty specific about breaking that out. That's something that might be forthcoming. And I'll also flag, there's a researcher named Molly McLaughlin that I believe is at Colorado State, who has done, or CU Boulder, and I'm gonna apologize right now for not knowing which one, but there's been a couple studies that have been done on, for example, wheat growth with various dilutions of produced waters and what it looks like over time. And that's a paper that I can also send to Commissioner Messner, and he can share as well.
Other commissioners with questions?
And if you wouldn't mind, I'll just flag, I know that it was a lot. And I just want to say, please, by all means, reach out to me, and I can also put you in contact with our scientists. And we're happy to answer any more in-depth questions that you might have on this too.
I have just a general question. So as we talk about these constituents and the different mechanisms for evaluating these constituents, and so the constituents that are found in the produced water, are they unique to produced water, or are these constituents that are found in other water sources?
It's a combination of both. So a lot of these constituents are constituents that you would find perhaps in any very, very, very deep groundwater resource. But there's also some things that are very unique to produced water. So for example, water that's been exposed underground to a hydrocarbon reservoir is going to be different and have different constituents. The constituents that were used in operations, not just in hydraulic fracturing, but in ongoing maintenance or other treatments to the well can be present, as well as how those constituents are kind of interacting under high heat, high pressure underground, and either being used up to do their purpose or becoming something different in the process. And so we're definitely looking at a water that is not just groundwater. It is often very unique and complex in that it's so unique and very highly variable. I mean, even from one well, day 1, day 30, day 90, day 900, you're going to have different constituents of potential concern. Okay.
I assume that the analysis mechanisms that are available currently being used are probably for constituents that are found in lots of other water sources besides just produced water. And so the analysis that needs to be developed is really specific to produced water, huh?
Yeah, well, so two things. So of course, at any time, we're only going to find what we're looking for. For example, PFAS is a great example. Only 2 or 3 researchers decided when they were looking at their produced water samples to throw in an analysis for PFAS, and they found them. But a majority of researchers aren't looking for that. And so we're only going to find in a research context what we're setting ourselves up to look for. Now, in the academic context, which is very different from what can be required to be done in a regulatory context, they can run extremely advanced, like mass spectrometry, where they can look at a wide range and they can see things present that we might not even know what they are, but they can say something is here that looks like this. So there's work that can be done in the research place. A lot of the best researchers on that are actually in Colorado. So there are those tools. It's just a matter of kind of getting to the point where we know we're looking for the things that we're most concerned about so that we can identify the treatment to make sure those are removed and are managing them not only in the water that comes out that we're looking for reuse, but also all of the solids and residual waste that we're developing in the treatment process too. We need to understand both fronts.
Right. Any other questions? And a reminder to folks that are in the audience, if you do have questions, you can email those questions to me and I will ask them for you. So I put my email in the chat already. And if we don't get to them, then we'll do a follow-up on a question and answer document for the questions that we didn't get to. But I'm not seeing any other questions. And so thank you, Ms. Saunders, for being with us here today. And sharing lots of information and lots of things for us to read and get smarter about. So thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we're ahead of schedule, but I'm hoping that Mr. Kirtland, Mr. Kessler, and Mr. Brennan may be available to start a little early. And if not, we can certainly wait. But I see Mr. Kirtland coming up.
Yes, hi, Commissioner Mesner. Jeff Kirtland here. I think we are ready to go. So I just need to get the technical piece here figured out, and then we'll be ready to go.
Sure, then take your time. Appreciate you being flexible with us.
My pleasure.
Just a little bit of an introduction. So the next presentation is a presentation on current examples of use and reuse of produced water in gas operations, including successes, challenges, and emerging technologies. We have Jeff Kirtland, who's the regulatory manager for Terra Energy Partners. We've got Brad Kessler, who's the production supervisor, and Sean Brennan, who is the EHS manager. So welcome all three of you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mesner, and good afternoon. As Commissioner said, my name is Jeff Kirtland. I'm the regulatory manager here at TEP Rocky Mountain, and of course Brad Kessler is production supervisor, and Sean Brennan, our EH&S manager, joins us as well. And I'd first like just to acknowledge the really good information that we've heard today, and we could not be more honored to really contribute to this important conversation with you today. So thank you for that. TP's presentation is really designed to provide you with details of our comprehensive produced water recycling program. This program is unique to some extent to the Piceance Basin and to our operations, really designed to deploy technology that helps us mitigate unnecessary freshwater use, reduce impacts of things like traffic and other areas, and really simplify our central planning. This recycling program addresses our part of the conversation in this informational session, though we see it as sort of laying the groundwork for an understanding of how our produced water recycling program integrates with all of our operations, which is something you'll certainly see in future applications. And bottom line is TP sees that good governance is no accident when decisions are armed with information and an insightful exchange of perspectives that speak to the same concept. So we're grateful for this opportunity. But to that end, I'll present a little bit of an introductory overview. Brad's time will cover our technical details of the facilities and our process. And then Sean will finish up our presentation before some questions. So just in the way of a little bit of background, the Piceance Basin, of course, is in western Colorado. It's primarily where our operations are located. And we are located primarily in Rio Blanco and Garfield County. It's been stated here historically that there's an estimated 200 to 300 TCF of potential in this basin. So it's a mature basin. There's over 15,000 wells that are currently producing. So it is a very large natural gas basin. TEP operates about 7,000 of those wells in the Piceance. We're currently operating a single rig and producing right around 650 million cubic feet of natural gas per day. And with that, annually, we produce or contribute to the produced water about 10 million barrels of produced water annually. Annually, with that one rig, we do drill and complete about 70 wells, a little over 70 wells per year. And when we're completing those wells, we can range sort of between 10 to 20 stages per well, with an average use of about 10,000 barrels per stage of produced water, which is really important in terms of what our goal is for recycling, and really to provide our completions team with clean, recycled produced water to really cost effectively stimulate wells. The overwhelming benefit, and I hope is really the big takeaway, and I think it's been discussed already in many presentations, is that with utilizing produced water, we negate the use for fresh water sources for completion operations. And we'll sort of talk through this presentation about how we go about doing that, because I think a practical example of how an operator does this is really important. But essentially, we collect the produced water as it's produced from our wells. We pump that through pipeline infrastructure. We send that to a centralized waste treatment facility, which is also, in this case, many of them are centralized E&P waste management facilities that are permitted through the Form 28 process, as was mentioned earlier. We treat and clean the water through various technologies, and you'll hear more about that from Brad. And then effectively, we send that treated produced water back out into the field to new locations where our completions crews will utilize that for their completions operations. And then as that flowback comes back from the well that has been completed, that enters back into the system. We clean up that water as well, and then we can effectively repeat the process. The other benefit, as was discussed by your staff earlier, and they did a great job in the presentation, was really to focus on water sharing. And this is something that we've participated in for many years. So just a little background, I guess, overview on our treatment facilities. And we're really going to focus on two of our water facilities in the Grand Valley. One in Rolliston, which started operations in 2010, and one in Parachute, which started operations in 2012. So we've been at this for some time with some great success. And just to note that these are facilities that have been permitted not only through Cogcc, but also CDPHE to some extent, and Garfield County as well as a local government. But the advantages here for a centralized collection and treatment of produced water, provide us an opportunity to have a fully automated and monitored facility, and that certainly takes the manpower out of it, as was mentioned earlier in presentations. Having an ability not to have to do hookups and connections and that type of thing, we can minimize our spill risks. The vessels and the tanks that are involved with these facilities are on closed loop processes that capture and combust VOCs. The designs include fencing and netting, as was also described earlier. And you'll see more of that through this presentation, but really to minimize the impact to local wildlife. And then all of these facilities, again, are connected, which then gives us the opportunity to deliver a good product, clean product that's a produced water that's useful in our completions and drilling operations. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our production supervisor, Brad Kessler, who will walk through a little more of the details of this process. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So you can see on this slide, basically just showing you all the blue lines represent our pipeline. That's very critical as far as getting the water to these facilities. It serves a dual purpose, really. It serves as the first purpose to get it to these centralized facilities, but then also to be able to get it back out to recycle and reuse it for frack or to our SWD sites. So you can see just the vast infrastructure we do have, and this just represents the valley system here, basically from West Parachute to West Rifle almost. And the sizes vary, but along this line we have other smaller tank batteries where multi-wells facilities can dump to, where we then have automated pumps that can pump it to these facilities, get it to us more efficiently than trucking. To be able to get a lot of those trucks off the road. I remember when I first started, I mean, we had hundreds of truckloads a day at these facilities. Now we maybe get 5 to 10 truckloads a day. So this just shows you where all of our piping is running, and it kind of covers this whole field down here. Click over. This right here, just showing, basically exactly what we're saying. We're recycling this water. It all just kind of runs in this consistent flow, big circle, if you will. It starts at the wellhead, obviously. We get it to these facilities where it runs through our skim tank, or we call them gun barrels also. It's a level control tank where the water enters at a certain rate. and the condensate, any remaining condensate after three-phase separation from the well pad level, we recover it there and then isolate it into our condensate tanks and sell it. The water from the skim tank then flows into our polishing and surge tanks, which allows us to control the flow to our DAF, which we'll talk about in a minute, so that we don't have just inconsistent flows running in and out of our DAF unit. With the DAF unit, we have to have a consistent flow to get the chemistry right. We use two chemicals there, coagulant and polymer. And so from the polishing and surge tanks, we use our automation to set levels. So in the polishing and surge tanks, for example, we'll start them at 15 feet and end them at 7 feet. It gives us enough room for a surge so that, you know, we aren't running such high tank levels. And then at the end of the process, it shuts off, so we're not disrupting that DAF. And so from there, it commands a meter open, a meter that commands a valve open into this DAF unit. DAF stands for dissolved air flotation. And what we're doing basically is just taking and clarifying this water. What we're targeting are suspended solids. Suspended solids are basically contaminants that are visible to the naked eye. They can generally be filtered out with a filter sock, paper filter, but at the rates we're moving through here, we use this DAF to clarify it at a higher speed, 15 to 20 barrels a minute. What these DAFs are doing is we take a coagulant and basically reverse the polarity of the water and get these small suspended solids to flock together to become bigger solids. And then we use a polymer to then kind of glue them together, just a long chain polymer. And so we glue these smaller solids together, get them to become bigger solids, move them into this DAF where it mixes all the chemical in, and then it moves into the main body of this DAF where we pull the clean water off the bottom and re-inject it back into the chemical mixture. And what that'll do is actually float everything to the top of this DAF unit. And we have a skimming mechanism in there that constantly rotates across the top of this surface of water. And it skims it into the isolation chamber. And on this graph, on this graphic, you can see just kind of, it flows through where it says DAF 300 through the first mixing chamber. That's where the coagulant gets mixed up, and then it'll flow into the second chamber where the polymer gets mixed. The two chemicals combine, it overflows into the main body of the DAF where we'll re-inject the clean water with dissolved air at this point, and it floats all those to the top of this unit. And then the skimming mechanism will isolate it, and the froth trough is what we call it, where it says air and water. And so it isolates all these solids, it builds it up, and then it sends it over to our emulsion tanks, and the clean effluent water moves out of this DAF unit into another DAF unit, and then into our pits. So then from there into the pits, it goes into our biological treatment. And all we're really doing here is taking existing bacteria and kind of tuning them and getting them to thrive and kind of out-compete the bad bacteria, which would cause foul odors, black water. We give them different, basically fertilizers, make sure they have a rich source of phosphorus, just to keep them healthy. And we also aerate some of these ponds to get enough dissolved oxygen back in the water. This bacteria will actually metabolize any remaining hydrocarbon in these pits up at Rulis and Parachute to get us down to a non-detect level of BTEX, DRO, and GRO. So you can see here, this is a picture obviously in the summer. The water does get clean enough to where we actually start growing some algae. I've had several comments from inspectors from the CDPHE, visitors. We've given a lot of tours of these facilities. We've had literally thousands of people through here, and several of them have said that it smells like a freshwater, not a freshwater pond, but it smells like a day at the lake, Rifle Gap, or anything like that. We are required to have a certain amount of biomass in our water, and we sample for that monthly. We're required to have 150 milligrams per liter, and our average is 750 milligrams per liter. Like I was saying, we have non-detect hydrocarbon levels in these, so that when we do go to send it off to other sites, we're not contaminating another site. You can see a couple little pictures that our microbiologist sent me that he found under his microscope there. So like we're saying, you know, we're trying to reuse all of our water because for one, it's economical and more efficient for us to reuse our own water because we do produce, you know, high numbers of this water. But then when we go frack, we frack high volumes also. And so having this infrastructure, the pipeline, the various pits, having this storage enables us to do it. So without that storage or this pipeline, we wouldn't probably be able to recycle our own water because we wouldn't be able to store it fast enough. You know, when you're making 30 or 40,000 barrels of produced water a day, you have to have somewhere to put it. And when you don't have anywhere to put it, you either have to truck it off to third-party disposal, which creates a ton of truck traffic, or we have to inject it. And we do have SWDs, but when you're making 30 or 40,000, you know, we only have about 20 to 25,000 of injection capacity. So we need to be able to store it and build it up to then reuse it for frack. You know, it keeps us from using fresh water also, which, you know, it's costly to us to use fresh water. And, you know, we're taking it out of the ecosystem. Using fresh water also isn't very good for our wells. So we actually have to pay money to brine it up, if you will, to get it to where it matches the formation fluids. Pumping fresh water down any produced well or an injection well would actually cause swelling of our zones or clays or sands, which would be detrimental to our production and injection. So you can see over the years, we've really utilized all of our produced water. We do it through frack, we'll share it, or we inject it. And that's how we manage all this produced water that we're making through the various pipeline and the different pits. And so you can kind of see a dip on that last graph in 2021. That's because our activity's been up in our Ryan Gulch or Peons Creek area. And so what we've done in the valley is we've stored it up. You know, we tried to end empty, and then we've been building up, been getting rid of it through SWDs. But since we moved up to Ryan Gulch, we don't have that vast infrastructure that we have developed down in the valley. So it has caused us to have to use some fresh water to get our wells completed in conjunction with the water share with Caris and XTO. Again, water shares are very beneficial on both ends. When we say we have excess water and they need it, it helps us get rid of some, and vice versa. When they have excess water or water that we can use that they would rather not have to dispose of, we can use as much produced water as possible through a water share and only use a minimal amount of fresh water. It also helps with trucking because it allows us to use their infrastructure that they developed up there also. So where we're at right now is proposing to have a centralized facility up in our Ryan Gulch area. We have 2 multi-well pits right now that only equal about 160,000 barrels of storage. And so as we continue to produce and develop up there, obviously we're going to make more produced water. And so if we can't get rid of an injection, you know, we'd have to end up trucking off excess down to our valley system to either dispose of it or use it for frack. And so by having another centralized facility like the Rulison and Parachute facilities, it would allow us to not only store water for ourselves, but to be able to clean it so that we're storing it clean and so that the water going back to frack is clean also. And so that's all I have for now, and I'll wait for some questions towards the end, but I think Sean Brennan, our EH&S manager, will take it over from here.
Good afternoon. We're going to give you a little high-level overview of kind of what the Air Pollution Control Division requires us to do for facilities like these large facilities that Brad just talked about, our 2 treatment facilities. In addition to that, we have 13 other centralized facilities where we store water. And of course, these 2 all have emissions associated with them. And we are in an ozone non-attainment area, so I'm really focusing just on the requirements for that area. The requirements are slightly different for some of the ozone non-attainment area in the Front Range. But we have a 2 ton per year VOC threshold. We're required to file an air pollution emission notice with the APCD. When we hit 5 ton per year, we were required to have a construction permit. And those construction permits require reasonably available control technology that goes along with that facility. And I think Brad did mention a gun barrel, which is basically an atmospheric tank separator that meets those RAC requirements. So all these facilities will have one of those, which essentially skims off the majority of any dissolved hydrocarbons before the water would go into the storage pond. And the condensate then goes through storage tank batteries, which have the vapors from those tanks are controlled as well with an enclosed combustor. And throughput limitations are included in the construction permits. And then we pay emission fees are based on actual emissions at the location. And in addition to those state requirements, the APCD also issues Title V operating permits from a federal perspective. It's administered through the APCD. And those thresholds, as you get to the larger facilities, like the two that Brad just talked about, are Title V facilities, where if you have more than 100 TPY of VOC, or more than 25 ton per year of a hazardous air pollutant, or more than 10 ton per year of a single hazardous air pollutant, would trigger the Title V requirements, which then have additional record keeping, reporting, sampling requirements, and an annual physical inspection of the location as well. So we do have 13 other centralized facilities other than the two that Brad talked about. And with an average of about 27 ton per year VOC and about 11 ton per year of methanol, which is a hazardous air pollutant. And the dissolved air flotation unit would reduce VOC emissions by about 60%. And we are planning to include those facilities in a proposed new storage pond that Brad alluded to up in our Ryan Gulch area. That would be over and above what would be required for that location in an effort to reduce the emissions there. And this is there's a nice presentation earlier on about the kind of OGCC's requirements for these types of water ponds. And this just gives a little more detail, a couple of pictures to show what these look like, how these are not percolation, unlined pits. They're really, you do have evaporation, but the intent really is not to dispose by evaporation, but to store the water, like Brad said, so we can move the water where we need throughout the basin for our completion operations. So we have the double-lined pits with a leak detection system, which our next slide will kind of show you some cross sections of what that looks like, so we can monitor to make sure that the primary liner it has good integrity. We have fencing and netting, again, for wildlife, keep wildlife out, keep migratory birds from getting into the pond. And the top corner picture there kind of shows the sandwich of materials that liner consists of. So there's a liner. The two black pieces are the upper liner and the lower liner, and there's a geo mesh in between there that helps funnel any leakage that may occur from the primary liner to funnel it to a sump that's underneath the liner. Again, that will show a little more detail in the next slide, where that would be collected so we can monitor if there was any leakage. And then finally, in the very bottom is a geotextile material on the very bottom to prevent anything from poking through the liner from underneath. In addition, of course, the soil is all properly compacted with engineered gravel sizes to ensure that you don't have anything that would damage the integrity of the liner. And in addition to that, so that's kind of from an engineering perspective of how we design the pits. But then we do have weekly inspections, in addition biannual, more detailed netting inspections, cameras on most of these locations to warn us if there was any issues, monitoring, groundwater monitoring wells, kind of up and downstream of the locations to ensure that there wasn't any seepage that was affecting groundwater near these pits, spill prevention and control and countermeasure inspections, stormwater inspections that are all part of these facilities. And this gives kind of engineering cross section of what I was just describing, where that very center of the pit, there is a basically a sump that would collect any liquid that if you had any damage to the primary liner, and then you can monitor that. It's basically a piece of PVC pipe, much like what you'd have for any other drainage system in a residential commercial area, that would collect the fluids, and then that pipe extends up to the surface where you can monitor regularly and check and see if you have any fluids collecting in there, and then take action to fix an issue. And I just think, kind of in conclusion, it's kind of, we have an extensive water system to recycle, and not only the produced water, but also flowback water as well is included in our full gamut of recycling capabilities. Allows us to provide water for other folks that are using as well with the water share program, as well as for us to utilize from them. And it's happened very frequently between us and the other producers in the basin to fully utilize all the equipment, the infrastructure that all the companies have. And again, the final disposition of the fluids is, injection if we're making more than we need, and there will be some evaporation. Commercial, really don't do much commercial disposal, I don't believe. It's pretty much we're able to either use or dispose in our own UIC wells. And again, decreased freshwater use, traffic impacts, not only just the truck traffic itself, but dust mitigation issues as well. So the reduced truck traffic helps that immensely, and reduces spills. Because when having the pipeline infrastructure, less trucks on the road, less chance for any of the produced water to make it onto the ground and be an issue. And thanks for your time, and I'll have to take any questions you guys may have.
Thank you all for the presentation. That was very informative. Commissioners, do you have questions for these gentlemen? Commissioner McGowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. It's really informative. I have two questions. One is, I feel like sometimes I'm hearing from operators that they can't use produced water, that it's not clean enough for them to, but I think I heard in your presentation, the produced water is actually better than really fresh water. So I'm wondering if that's dependent on basin, or if you could explain that a little bit more. And then I'm wondering if you could characterize, after you've cleaned the produced water so that you can reuse it, if you could characterize the waste that's left over that's ending up in getting injected. What does that waste look like?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Good questions. So the first question, the water, yeah, it's probably basin dependent. I couldn't provide you a ton of detail on that, other than we know that in our formations, fresh water is detrimental. Like I was saying, it can cause swelling of our clays, which would not allow us to produce our clays or our sands. And then on the opposite end of that, for injection, it would cause our injection wells to swell also and not be able to receive so much injectivity. So the produced water, because it is already coming out of the formation, it's already kind of natural to that zone, if you will. And so reusing it benefits us, not only economically, but we're putting basically back down hole what already came back. And then as far as your second question, yeah, there are other waste streams. At the facilities, out of the DAF, like I was saying, we get the sludge or the froth out of the, it's the basic accumulation of the suspended solids, which you could refer to it as a sludge. Where that's isolated are in emulsion tanks. What we did back in 2013 is we actually bought a 1 meter wire belt press, is what it's called. It was used in the pulp and paper industries to take care of air waste streams also. But what we do is we use that to take care of our sludge stream, and all we're doing there is concentrating it, excuse me, dewatering it as much as possible in our emulsion tanks. And then we run it through this 1 meter wire belt press where we add some more polymer to, again, get it to flock together. It dewaters on these belts, and then it runs through what we call a compression zone, and it squeezes the rest of the water and any residual condensate out of these solids, leaves a dry solids waste stream, and all the water and oil are collected again and sent back into the system to then be moved and processed as we need to. The solid stream will then go into what we call a filter cake bin, where we store it, and then we truck it off to a third-party disposal where they mitigate it further and dispose of it per their requirements. As far as the SWD, there aren't necessarily a solids or a waste stream there other than the disposable filter socks, where we also take them to Greenleaf and then they dispose them as they're required to. I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, and that water would essentially be salt water with some dissolved hydrocarbons. Again, much like what comes up from the formations. So we're basically putting that same water back into the formations in a similar state that it came out of.
Thank you. That was really informative.
Commissioner Nanjapa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. Yeah, really interesting to see how you're able to do these things. And it was initially going to ask a similar question to what Commissioner McGowan noted, because we have heard that from other operators. But the other question I had was more related to your dissolved air flotation process. So I may just have misunderstood. So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding better. So it sounds like through that process, it's basically there's some additives that allow the solids to sink in the produced water, and then some air that rises and that can be basically separated. Is that air? I don't think it was really characterized specifically. Like, is it actually a gas that you can then collect and sell commercially, or is it just oxygen? Can you just describe a little bit more about kind of?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So DAF, like I said, dissolved air flotation. The solids, we're actually floating them. The suspended solids are not heavy particle solids. We do get some settling out. If we get a little bit of sand, that will float to the bottom, or not float to the bottom. That's impossible. But they'll sink to the bottom, and then we have a way to collect that also. But the suspended solids are what we're going after. That's where any kind of residual entrained hydrocarbon are going to be. And so the air that we're using is actually oxygen. It's just out of a compressor that we use for instrument air. And so what it's doing is it's pumping this air into this, we call it an aeration chamber. So this pump is pulling water off the bottom of the DAF, discharging it and mixing in with a stream of air and dissolving it. And we're basically developing a micro bubble. So you've seen how an Alka-Seltzer reacts in a glass of water. That's essentially what it looks like if we were to go pull a sample of this water off this pump. So when it re-injects back in there, the goal is to have a micro bubble. Like I say, and the smaller the bubble, the better. Because big bubbles, as you've seen in like a pool or something, they'll rise to the surface really quickly, and they displace a large surface area. Where a micro bubble, it's gonna look like a hot tub, if you will. And so you'll have a bunch of little bubbles that are gonna move from the bottom of the vessel to the top of the vessel at a slow rate, and enable it to capture those suspended solids that we've flocked together to allow it to stay on the top of the surface long enough to get swept off.
Okay, and so that the air or the oxygenation process doesn't end up resulting in any hydrocarbon gas formation or emission?
No, it wouldn't. You're right. It could volatilize in the tank, but our tanks are controlled to a combustor. And so we don't try to sell any of it. I mean, the amount of oxygen we're talking about in CFM is probably about 40 CFM during the process. And so it's not a ton. And if there is any, we do actually keep a blanket gas on this DAF to keep our explosion limits in check. but it's all ran into our vent system that runs to our combustor and it's flared off.
Okay, so otherwise, apart from that small bit that might get flared, it's a closed system, it sounds like overall.
It's all closed, correct.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Other questions? I've got a couple. So you guys talked about the water share and being able to share this produced water, treated produced water with other operators and likewise with other operators in areas that you may not have facilities. At different times, I've heard from operators that there are challenges around sharing produced water, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what those challenges are, whether they're legal challenges or functional challenges, or what we're looking at there.
Well, I could probably take that question. I've been involved with a lot of these water shares over the time, and I think one, we're unique in that a lot of our water shares are in close proximity to our neighbors. But I think a lot of the challenges that operators across the state probably encounter is just the distance and the ability to, in a very economic way, move that water from one place to another. Again, the advantages that we have with, say, an operator north to us, it's a matter of a single, temporary line that would have to come about. But I will say that as we've sort of begun to think about more water sharing, and as was described in staff's presentation, now we have seen an increase in the level of information that's now required, which is good information. The waste management plan and the recycling plan are both really vital for staff to evaluate whether or not it's appropriate to proceed with a water share. And I think from the standpoint of our operations, we want to ensure that we're protective of health, safety, welfare, and the environment in that type of an operation. But at times, I think there's challenges just in the timing, because you might be in a situation where you're running, an operator may want to source produced water and doesn't have the ability necessarily to go through a full waste management and recycling plan. So while that's obviously a requirement, I think to some extent some flexibility within that I think is necessary to incentivize the sharing of water when there are circumstances that are sort of out of certain control in terms of sourcing water. So that has been something that we've certainly been aware of. But again, I think we recognize that the better planning that we have ahead of time, certainly the better off we are in what we're trying to achieve. And that's particularly why you'll see us come to you here in the next few months, as was alluded to earlier, about a new facility that I think not only opens up opportunities for us, but also the ability for operators around us to potentially take some advantages of recycled water. Brad, I don't know, from an operation standpoint, if you have anything to add in terms of challenges with water shares.
Operationally, yeah, there's always just little different challenges here and there. Like you said, good one was timing, scheduling, volumes, tracking. But it all goes into it. Everything. Every time we do a water share, it's not just this willy-nilly deal. It's very strict and very concise, and everything has to be accurate and on time. Notifications have to be made. Every barrel in and out has to be tracked. We even have to pull samples and submit them to the state either prior or during to show that there's nothing weird happening with the water. But operationally, it's there's just always little things, but for the most part, it's pretty good.
I would say that every water share is different. They're all unique.
Sure. It also appears to me that you are treating this to a fairly high level, and I think, is that because you want to be able to have as much flexibility as possible in the utilization of that? Is that because that's a requirement of your permit, I mean, why treat it to the level that you're treating it, I guess, understanding that you're going to be reutilizing it in operations?
Well, I think from the standpoint of it really, it's an operational question to some extent. I think we have learned over the years that we don't require a lot of constituents or chemicals in our frac operations. As Brad and Mr. Kessler alluded to earlier, this water naturally came from the reservoirs in which it was produced from, and we've had great success then in injecting it back down for completion operations. But we recognize that we know that there's still hydrocarbon in that produced water. So there's certainly value in that resource. So we want to try to grab that, just being transparent about that issue. But I think the other thing that we've seen in that, again, a lot of our wells are federal wells. And when we produce additional hydrocarbons, sort of third string down, if you will, from where these resources were originally captured, we're able to provide additional value that was potentially going to be injected down a injection well or to a commercial disposal facility. So by capturing and cleaning the hydrocarbons out of this water, we're getting additional value for whether it's the federal government or other royalty owners, that's over and above what I think the expectation was. So that's a real benefit. But I think just from an operational standpoint, having pure, good produced water certainly helps in the operations. And again, Brad or Sean, you might have more on that piece.
Well, I was going to say now, even just from the recognition of the large volume that goes through these facilities, in general, we're not talking about high concentrations of contaminants, but with the high throughputs, 4 or 5 million barrels a year annually going through them, it's a recognition that it's a reason to go over and above and treat this material to minimize emissions.
100%. Like Sean was saying, it's we do have emissions limits. We don't just have unlimited amounts of emissions we can run through these facilities. But like Sean was saying, because of the volume of water we have to run through this, a reduction in these emissions allows us to run a little more water than we would be able to if we didn't have these DAF units.
My last question, and understanding and acknowledging, the presentation we just heard from Ms. Saunders and the different challenges around other beneficial uses, but has TEP ever explored other beneficial uses of this produced water, particularly understanding that you are already treating this water to a fairly high level and may require less treatment to be able to utilize it for other beneficial uses?
I'll sort of defer to Brad on this. Prior to TEP taking over, the prior operator WPX was experimenting with the reverse osmosis technology. And I don't know, Brad, if you want to sort of talk to that a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah. So back in 2015, 2014, we did several RO pilots, reverse osmosis pilots, because the situation we were in was excess water and we didn't have the SWD capacity that we needed to meet our production demand. While we weren't really drilling at the time, our production water wasn't increasing, but we had such little SWD capacity, we started looking at RO. And so we did several pilots over a few years, and we actually proved that we could do it to where we obtained a discharge permit. We even invested all the money. We built an RO system that could that was capable of 13,000 barrels a day, 10,000 barrel discharge, or a 3,000 barrel brine reject. We built the whole thing, proved that we could do it, and we actually proved, the results we were seeing, the water was actually too clean. It was too pure to put directly back into the creek or the Colorado River. So there had to be another process that was developed to then remineralize this water to meet our permit requirements. The flea and the minnow requirement is what we call it, to where a flea and a minnow can survive in the water we're discharging for a certain amount of time, but because the water was so pure, there wasn't enough oxygen in it. And so we then had to reoxygenate it and remineralize it. But then Terra came and bought us and said, yeah, that's not the way we're going to go. We put it on hold, and now it just sits idle. We never actually discharged anything, never even got to commission it. But we did do several years of extensive research and testing to prove that you could do this. And I mean, when you're talking about a beneficial reuse, I don't know that it would have been much other than, you can say, yeah, we would be putting 10,000 barrels of clean water back in the river. But that's a drop in the bucket when you look at it from the ecosystem standpoint.
And we do still maintain that discharge permit, so the optionality is still there if we decide to do that in the future.
Yeah, I'd say there's still some additional investment that would have to be included in that decision, and it's certainly something that through this day of presentation, I think that's something to discuss down the road. But at this point, Terra hasn't really looked into that completely, but we're aware of that and know that there's some challenges there from an economic standpoint. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioners, any other questions? Well, thank you all for being here with us today and providing that information. That was super helpful for me. So thank you for that. We've got one more presentation today, Mr. Rosenblum, and we are scheduled for a break at 2:45, but we have one additional presenter. I will leave it up to the commissioners whether you want to push on or whether you want to take a break now and come back in 15 minutes for the last presentation. Any thoughts on that?
We need to take a file break, Mr. Chair.
Take a break. Okay, why don't we take a break and come back at 2:40, and then we can conclude with Mr. Rosenblum and commissioner comments. So thank you all, and we'll be back at 2:40. All right. We'll go ahead and get started again. Next up on the agenda is James Rosenblum. I see that he's been brought up to the panel. I'll give a little introduction. So Mr. Rosenblum is going to talk about produced water reuse, current and emerging treatment technologies, and the challenges that remain. James Rosenblum is a research assistant professor at the Colorado School of Mines, as well as managing director of WE2ST Water Technology Hub. And we welcome you to the panel today, Mr. Rosenblum.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Messner. And can you hear me okay?
Can hear you, can see you, even see your slides. So.
All right, great. So, yeah, thank you for the introduction, and I'll just kind of jump right in here. I figure we got extra time, so I added 40 extra slides to the presentation. I'm kidding, of course, but happy to see we are running ahead, and hopefully folks are still, hanging on for the last talk of the day. So I'll jump right in. So basically, I'll be talking about produced water reuse, current emerging treatment technologies, and the challenges that remain. And so kind of broke it up into 3 parts, kind of research efforts on produced water at mines, achieving TREE, little cheesy acronym to go here, to improve reuse operations in the DJ Basin, And then third part will be on Colorado challenges and working together to overcome them. And this is more specifically for kind of Weld County, northeastern Colorado. But before I kind of get into there, let's take a moment here. I'm going to talk about research at Mines. And so I am the managing director of the Colorado Center for a Sustainable West. And that stands for Water, Energy, Education, Science, and Technology, or just again, West. And really what this West Center is, it's a 10,000 square foot R&D lab for pilot and demonstration scale research. We really hope to establish a center for the development of innovative industrial water and wastewater treatment technologies and solutions. Really hope we could provide a space for collaboration between industry, government, and academia. And again, really just try to have a universal space for startups, government, industry that could test, validate water treatment technologies across scales. Again, from the bench scale all the way to a demonstration scale of shipping containers shipped in, or we will build 40-foot treatment trailers, things of that nature. And this lab itself is located in the northeast part of Denver at kind of I-70 and Quebec. It's a rough location. And again, this is a large scale high bay lab space. We have about 30,000 gallons of water storage. I should note the facility was possible by NGL. This was their produced water research facility. They donated to Mines. And we were able to start this West Center with a generous donation by Zoma Capital, or their Zoma Foundation. And so what we have here is essentially like I said, 10,000 square foot space, 8,000 square feet of high bay lab space, where we're doing all pilot and demonstration scale water treatment research. And we also have an analytical lab where we're looking, where we can actually test our pilots and then, walk over to our analytical lab in the same space and do our analysis for metals, hydrocarbons, or organic carbon, to just general water quality things. And the research at West really kind of centers around 4 areas. First is emerging contaminants. A lot of research happened here around PFAS. For those that aren't familiar, that is polyfluoroalkyl substances. It's a very recalcitrant or hard to remove compound, often called forever chemicals. The movie Dark Waters was centered around that. We also do direct potable reuse research, which I'll touch on in the next slide. And then a lot of water energy nexus research. We have solar and wave-driven reverse osmosis pilots depicted here on the bottom right, 2 photos. And then we do a lot of produced water treatment and reuse, which of course I'll dive into. But one project I do want to highlight here is a direct potable reuse demonstration mobile lab. And so this mobile lab in the far right photo, that's actually at Colorado Springs, one of their wastewater treatment facilities. This is a demonstration lab. It incorporates 6 unique advanced treatment processes. We process about 7,000 gallons per day of potable or reuse water. It's an integration with 3 sensor networks, a very unique, first of its kind mobile DPR is what we call it, direct potable reuse lab. This is funded by the Colorado Water Conservation Board, Renew It, National Science Foundation, Zoma Foundation. And this is spending a total of 9 months in Colorado Springs. And again, this is taking, for those that aren't familiar with DPR, direct potable reuse, you are essentially taking effluent from a wastewater treatment plant, treating it through these advanced processes to achieve at or above potable water quality. So a very unique pilot that we built here in collaboration with Colorado Springs and Carollo Consulting. So just want to kind of highlight that again. This is a CWCB funded project, and it will be in Colorado Springs for the next 6-7 months. All right, so kind of getting into what everybody's here for is produced water research. So at School of Mines, we've been doing produced water research for well over 10 years on integrated systems, advanced membrane-based processes, to looking at computer-based modeling to select treatment processes based on your water. So a lot of research has happened here at School of Mines, and I'm going to highlight on just a couple projects. The first one is Department of Energy's Desalination Hub. It's a $100 million project over 5 years. The goal is to accelerate transformative research to lower the cost of energy required to produce clean water from non-traditional water sources. There's 5 different classes. Of course, we're focused on the produced water from oil and gas. And Colorado School of Mines led the unconventional produced water road mapping efforts. And in these road mapping efforts, there were a lot of partners from industry, academia, to national labs. And in Colorado alone, Colorado State, CU Boulder, Mines, and NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, we're all part of this. And there's a paper coming out later this month that features myself as well as my colleague Zahi Kath, the director of WEST, numerous folks from NREL, as well as faculty and students from CSU. So there was a lot of good produced water research happening in Colorado. As Nicole Saunders alluded to earlier, there's a lot of good research going on here. And so I'll start with describing one of our integrated treatment systems. And so this is starts with a biologically active filtration system. And so this is done at essentially a small pilot or bench scale. And we're using both microbes, bacteria to degrade dissolved organic constituents, as well as media or activated carbon to physically help remove suspended solids. And so folks, I know that just gave a great talk from Terra or TEP. You know, they kind of talked about this removing of suspended solids followed by biological processes. This is kind of taking those two processes and putting them into one in a biologically active filter. And then from there, we do ultrafiltration and nanofiltration. And this, I should note, this research happened over 6 years. There are 7 peer-reviewed publications I'd be happy to share with anybody. And you know, it was around this process of biologically active filtration and achieving a very high quality water. So I don't expect folks to be able to see kind of all the values in this slide. I'll zoom in on some. But the key here is all this research was done with DJ basin flowback and produced water. The TDS range from anywhere from 15,000 milligrams per liter to 30. And this table really just highlights that we were able to remove dissolved organic carbon more than 99% and get it from around 380 milligrams per liter to less than 1.5 milligrams per liter. And the total dissolved solids from about 15,000 milligrams per liter to 885, or around a 95% removal. So we were able to achieve a very high quality water, which is 3 unit processes, again, at the small pilot scale. But I think to Nicole's talk that we all heard a little bit ago is, what is this 1.5 milligrams per liter that remains? How do we identify it? How do we treat it? And so kind of as these studies were around developing a treatment train to achieve kind of select water quality variables, our future research, which I'll kind of talk about now, is kind of diving into these unknown chemicals, or more specifically, toxicological assessment of other treatment trains. And so this study that we are about halfway through now and doing with the US EPA, so that's really important here. We are partnering with the US EPA to evaluate produced water through a multi-step treatment train. In this case, it's with Region 8 and the Office of Research Development, the US EPA ORD office out in North Carolina. And the study looks at produced water through a treatment train that we're doing here at the West facility. And we're looking at general water quality, GCMS, so that's both volatile and semi-volatile. You can think about those being the hydrocarbons. We're looking at LC high-res mass spectrometry, which I'll talk about on the next slide just a little bit, for surfactants and these unknown compounds. And then I think the most important part here is looking at the toxicological evaluation. So general cytotoxicity to the US EPA doing full genome expression analysis. So they actually take a human cell and expose it and look at hundreds of genes to see if they're upregulated or downregulated, to really kind of get I like to call the latest and greatest, or the Ferrari of toxicological assays. So it's really important in this kind of day and age to, in filling these knowledge gaps, these analytical knowledge gaps, these toxicological knowledge gaps, in this case, in partnering with the US EPA, using their quality assurance controls. Their labs are actually doing the analysis from general water quality all the way through the toxicological expression, while we are doing the treatment studies here in our lab at West. And so just to kind of highlight some of the things that Nicole brought up, these needed areas to identify. This is something that we've been doing, I'd say, when I was a postdoc at CU. So there's a younger picture of myself where I went out to Boston to use a two-dimensional gas chromatograph time-of-flight mass spec to identify these unknown hydrocarbons. And I depicted my colleagues here at CU Boulder in the Environmental Center for Mass Spec. Really, I would say the world leaders in identifying known and unknown compounds in produced water. I had the opportunity to work with them for 4 years. And basically these peaks and these things that you see, these represent compounds or chemicals that are in these produced waters. And it takes a lot of knowledge and experience to identify these unknown compounds. It's something that we have been doing in Colorado for almost 7 to 8 years and have identified a lot of chemicals that were previously unknown in these produced waters. So this is something that is going on with the study, not necessarily with these colleagues, specifically Mike Ema Farrar and Mike Thurman, but this is something that is going on within this study. And so to kind of dive into what we are doing, we are taking raw produced water. In this case, this is actually Permian Basin produced water. To Nicole's point that she mentioned earlier, there's a lot of attention and focus on Permian Basin produced water being treated to the discharge standard, whatever that might be. And so in this case, we were able to receive a tote of Permian produced water and treat it through our 4-unit processes. That is, we would coagulate the water to remove suspended solids. We would then put it through a membrane bioreactor. Again, this is salinity of this water is 100,000 milligrams per liter. There's a whole side study on acclimating and using microbes to treat this very high salinity water. We then put it through granular activated carbon, or GAC, and then through membrane distillation to achieve a very high quality distillate water. And so here, essentially the feed in terms of what was being fed to membrane distillation was about a 10 milligram per liter of dissolved organic compounds. Chemicals, and the distillate was 0.7 milligrams per liter, while in the total dissolved solids is 65,000 milligrams per liter coming in and only 140 coming out. So kind of to this point of folks from Terra that just said we actually had to remineralize the water. In this case, we would likely have to remineralize this water because it has very low total suspended solids, total dissolved solids, I'd say. And again, we haven't done that yet, but that's something that what maybe need to happen in this scenario. So in just 4-unit processes, we could take a water from 65 or 100,000 milligrams per liter and achieve a very high quality distillate quality water. Obviously the DJ, we have much lower salinity. So this kind of big gun in membrane distillation might not be necessary compared to reverse osmosis. But this is something that we are doing. And again, to evaluate this water through a treatment train. And again, identifying the known chemicals, the kind of classic water, wastewater. And again, to Nicole's point, there are a lot of chemicals and that aren't known, and the traditional methods won't identify and produce water. And that's why we're trying to bring out the big guns and high resolution mass spec and toxicological analysis to evaluate this water through this treatment process. So just kind of as a theoretical here for those thinking about this in terms of these unknowns and this toxicity of this water, this is theoretical data. This data does not exist yet, but I want to kind of put this into your brains and try to think about this in terms of evaluating this water. And so this is essentially what we're doing. Toxicity can be countless different endpoints: genotoxicity, estrogenicity, cytotoxicity, on and on and on. But just generally, I'm thinking about toxicity and how we will look at the reduction of toxicity through this treatment train. I think this is a great way to kind of visualize what we hope to see with the data. Now, this is great on its own, but how do you evaluate this distillate water that comes out? And so what we were able to do is we were also able to submit with these treated waters 3 either environmental or wastewaters to kind of provide a relative comparison when we start to think about toxicity. Again, this toxicity could be higher or lower for one endpoint and not another, but just generally to try to understand kind of how we might look at this data down the line is, maybe looking at this river water is actually from Colorado that we sent to US EPA. And here is this MD distillate that I've kind of covered with this red box to actual potable water. And so again, I want to try to put this in relative terms and not just look at this treatment train independently, but how does this treatment train and its different toxicity endpoints kind of compare to current either wastewater or environmental water or even potable water when we really start to look at it from these non-targeted or unknown type toxicological based analyses. So I think this is a really important study that's ongoing. And the hope is we can get more funding to continue to do this for DJ Basin and possibly other basins, but it's currently ongoing with the Permian. So moving outside of kind of just water, wastewater treatment at mines and thinking about the energy that is required to either desalinate or distill water, what you're looking at here are concentrated solar energy system where we essentially use concentrated solar or mirrors to concentrate that solar into a fiber optic bundle. And so what you see here on the left is a solar panel or a mirror that reflects up down through a quartz tube. That quartz tube then transmits the concentrated solar energy into a fiber optic bundle. And then from that fiber optic bundle, it makes its way to, in this case, our membrane distillation unit, where the membrane actually is. So we're heating it at the membrane surface. Alternatively, we are doing this to heat the water coming in. In membrane distillation, you heat the water to roughly 60 degrees Celsius, and then you have to cool the other side of the membrane to about 40 C in this case. Unlike traditional distillation, you'd have to have the water obviously over boiling to evaporate the water, unless it's vacuum distillation. But either way, it requires a lot of energy and a lot of heat. So we are looking at alternative ways. And this study is in partnership with CU Boulder, who a professor there named Carl Linden got the money to kind of develop this technology through a Bill and Melinda Gates to reinvent the toilet. They were using these solar concentrators to cook feces into biochar briquettes. So we are applying it in a different way to, in this case, heat water. And just to kind of put this into perspective, unless you see it, it doesn't really make sense. So these are basically little torches with this solar concentrated heat. So I'll show this video twice so you can kind of get an idea of what you're seeing. And so essentially it's so hot, we can get at a single point, we can hit almost 500 degrees Celsius at one location. And so this is a great way to essentially capture free energy from the sun that we can use to heat water and distill water or do other processes, things of that nature. Okay, so that kind of covers what the kind of latest and greatest produced water research we are doing at mines. And so I'm going to kind of move into the second part of this talk on this notion of achieving tree to improve water reuse in the DJ Basin. And so kind of describing this notion of tree, none of these things are new. I would say everybody on this call is familiar with all or some of these. And so I think about that being the 3 T's of technology. So that is the need to be able to accommodate produced water or a high salinity brine with the frac chemicals. So that's this notion of technology. Treatment, we obviously need to treat the water to some level to achieve a water quality that can be used with the said frac chemistry. We need to then transfer that water from remote locations and move it from place to place, either by trucks, ideally by pipeline. We need regulations to kind of ensure that folks are treating the water to a standard or following the rules set forth by a regulatory body. We, of course, need this to be economically, ideally cheaper than alternative processes like disposal. And then, of course, we need water quality evaluation if that water is to be used for some other, if it's going to go in a surface pond or theoretically someday be discharged. So again, nothing new here, just kind of a cheesy academic way to kind of describe succinctly what the kind of 6 factors are to improving reuse, specifically in the northeast part of the state. Again, we just heard a great talk on reusing water on the western side of the state. And so this is really, again, focused more towards the Weld County DJ Basin. And so with that, I'm going to kind of present on a case study of on-site produced water recycling in the DJ Basin. And this is happening here in the northeast part of the state. And what I kept hearing, so this company PWR is a company that I started because I kept hearing it with, if it was cheaper to reuse produced water, I would do it. And so this was for me as a kind of career researcher, an opportunity to put my money where my mouth was and prove that I could do this. And again, do it for a lower cost than disposal. So a quick walk through history. Filter pods can be used to filter out suspended solids in produced water. What I was seeing was 100 micron filter socks were being used in the northeast part of the state. And I have this little arrow pointed to that is the treated produced water. So the 100 micron filter socks, cloth filter socks in this case, remove very little of the suspended solids in this produced water. And this image depicts different micron sizes. And so until you get to about 8 microns, you remove very little suspended particles in this water and other waters we've seen here in the northeast part of the state. And really till you get to 5 microns, do you not get a really kind of clear water. And so basically went out and pilot tested this in the field. And so this is treating this in the field as a proof of concept from the raw to the final water that would be used for refracturing. This right here, if you can see my cursor, it represents each one of these blue lines represents a foot. And this is a clear column of water with just a small amount of suspended solids that are then collected and managed appropriately, of course, here. And this, again, this is proof of concept. From there, this was done at scale at a frac, at a completion site in northeastern part of the state. And in this case, we did almost 5,500 barrels per day. And again, this was, the goal here was to provide a higher quality water as to compared to what was already happening with these filter socks, and do it, at or lower than what was already being paid to save this case's operator money, to improve outcomes ideally, and also achieve this savings as compared to disposal or alternative management, which almost always is disposal here in the northeast part of the state. And so basically using some simple math, looking at trucking costs, disposal cost, and what the operator was using for freshwater to buy fresh water, this is how much they would have spent per month compared to what we were treating per day. And again, the 5,500 barrels per day was simply that's what the operator had available to give. There were days where 8,500 barrels were treated, but some days where 3,000 barrels were treated, just due to the variability of volumes available to us to treat. And in this scenario here, again, this notion that they would have spent $375,000 to dispose of produced water in the area and buy fresh water, we were able to do the same for nearly $100,000 left. So save the operator $100,000 by doing this. So it was a very happy project, happy day for me to prove, yes, we can do this and we can save operators money by recycling. However, I will note this is not always the case. This was true for this situation where this operator saved money for trucking, but in the event where there is not money saved by trucking, the numbers and math doesn't always work this way. So here is a second location for a pad that was here in the northeast part of the state. Here's kind of our operations, and then this back corner. In this case, we did take water in from pipes, from a pipeline system, as well as through trucks. We did 10,000 barrels per day here in this scenario. And again, I'm just really trying to highlight is what we saw is happening on the west side of the state. This is currently what's happening, to some degree on the eastern side of the state. And this is more mobile. So what you saw with Terra was kind of long-term, again, great. See, they're using nearly 99% of the water. That's beyond impressive. And these are, from what I perceive, these are more long-term facilities, where this is a short-term. It's constructed for a single pad for anywhere from 30 to 60 days, and then it is torn down, and then equipment has gone back, things of that nature. So this is a very short-term operation compared to a long-term operation that we saw on the western slope, the western side of the state. And so just to kind of, I will show some data here. This is a 2-stage treatment, removing suspended solids, similar to what the DAF unit you saw from Terra. In this case, we do have a second stage that does remove suspended solids, as well as dissolved organics for both high range molecular weight hydrocarbons to low range, like benzene or BTEX. And then in addition to that, these mobile operations do have a control system with tank levels, floats, pump controls, kind of fail safes in place to prevent produced water spills and overflows in containment. That is, all this is surrounded by a 2-foot muscle wall in containment. And then just to kind of highlight some data here, the raw water here is depicting this notion of turbidity. For those that aren't familiar with turbidity, you can think about this being the clarity of the water. And so in the top right corner, I put a picture here, what is representing 72 NTUs. That's nephthalmic units. So that's kind of the way we assess turbidity. And after the first stage, or the suspended solids removals, we have about a 14 NTU. On average over the job was 20. And then this picture here is 5 NTUs after our second stage. And the average for the job was actually 5 NTUs. So in terms of the clarity of the water, is a very clear water with the removal of suspended solids, high level of hydrocarbons, which we'll see in a moment, but only about a 15% removal of dissolved organic carbon in this scenario here. And in terms of total petroleum hydrocarbons, we do to 98% remove the very high molecular weight motor oil, kind of, I think it's about C40 and above. The diesel range, about 93% versus through the second stage of the treatment. That's about C10 to C40. And then these lower molecular rate or gasoline range organics, which you could classically think as BTACs, we were at about a 55% removal. So very good removal for the higher molecular range, and C10 and below at about a 50 to 55% removal range. So again, just want to again clarify, this is mobile treatment. This is what ideally we'll see more of in this part of the state. And there are some challenges to kind of growing and seeing recycling happening. And then I will note that on the most recent job we just did, we saved an operator $30,000, did 8,500 barrels a day, had a peak of 12,000 barrels per day. So these mobile units can treat a lot of water. It's just project specific. So kind of the third part here that I want to talk about is the kind of immediate challenges that I'm seeing for infield recycling in Colorado. And again, once again, focus to the northeast part of the state. So from the regulatory standpoint, the water use plan, I think it's a great idea to track water, who's recycling, what volumes, but there are some challenges with it. One of them being this volume reporting. As I noted earlier, volumes from one day to the next can vary a lot, so it's hard to know how much recycled water you will use. So having some flexibility there with those volumes that you're going to use. I will talk about the analytical methods for the water use plan in the next slide. Testing requirements kind of related to these analytical can be challenging due to some Series 900 regulations in terms of concentrations. For example, Table 915A has some chemical levels, those concentrations lower than drinking water MCLs for drinking water. So I believe that would be that's a challenge that's hard to achieve. And so some of the language in there is at times difficult to discern, particularly for me who's not familiar with this sort of language. And then something that I think would be very helpful for industry and operators in the northeast part of the state would be guidance documents, essentially best practices and requirements for recycling produced water. An ideal situation example for operators and service providers to use, to kind of look to, and in the same sort of guidance for water recycle sources, material requirements, specifically for transferring or moving this water, to blending rules on site. And so I wanted to spend a minute here on this water use plan for the analytical methods. I got asked by an operator to measure all of these chemicals. I started to look into them, this table, and it turns out about a third of the chemicals on this list that you're supposed to quantify don't actually have standard analytical methods and are surely not routinely done by commercial labs because they don't have analytical methods. If you kind of move up from the bottom of this list up, the next 4 do have standard analytical methods, but they are rarely done by commercial labs. So about only a third or half of the chemicals on this list that would need to be required to recycle water can be quantified and are done routinely by commercial labs. So that is surely a hurdle that operators and regulators need to kind of tackle to identify which one of these chemicals are required to quantify. And just as a comparison, in the Series 915 guidelines, they have very detailed guidance for produced water analysis, both on how to sample, what analysis is required. And this is really kind of at this point lacking with the water use or reuse plan. So just something to really point out there. And then kind of coming back to this tree to improve infield reuse in Colorado, we talked about technology, the treatments clearly there, transfer, really maybe what are best practices to transfer from one location to another. There was guidance or some sort of more formal information on that. In terms of the regulations, really related to this water use plan, what certain things are unclear. And so what I oftentimes hear is folks are just going with fresh water since that is what they know, and they have fears over doing something wrong. And so just using fresh water to not have an issue or do something that is not appropriate under the new rules. And then again, on this economics piece, under certain scenarios, it surely can save operators money, and hopefully that is motivation enough to improve infield recycling. And then again, for this evaluation, kind of having water quality guidelines for produced water or more specific analytical methods or procedures for the water use plan or water quality standards for surface storage and ideally someday discharge. Okay, and on the last kind of piece here is what I would call kind of the next steps, or what I would hope, envision kind of happens in the coming years, is that Colorado starts a produced water consortium. So Nicole mentioned earlier that New Mexico has a produced water consortium. And so in 2019, they started this produced water consortium. I was fortunate to be there in the early stages. This really kind of was possible by NGL. They donated $500,000, $1 million, $500,000 in cash, $500,000 in kind to kickstart this consortium. And really the hope was to develop a framework to fill knowledge gaps for New Mexico produced water. And I want to, kind of emphasize it's for New Mexico based produced water. And their hope is to establish regulations and policies for the treatment of New Mexico produced water. And so I want to highlight how different their produced water is than ours. They have very high salinity, 100,000 milligrams per liter or more, and much lower organic carbon level, where we have much higher organic carbon levels, 300 to 400 or higher, but TDS levels in the 20 to 30,000 milligrams per liter. So again, this is a great organization, but again, it's focused on New Mexico-based produced water. Texas, Senate Bill 601 was just filed in February. It became voted on and is now effective in July of this, or June of this year. So move very quickly on that. And really the hope here for them is to provide that the consortium is created to bring together information, resources to study the economics of and technology related to beneficial uses of produced water. So again, this is going to be focused on Texas-based produced water. Texas has a lot of different basins with a lot of different salinity and water qualities, but again, it's not, focused towards what we would hope would be Colorado-based produced water. And so just kind of to bring this full circle, this is a great website, wr.org, and they do have these water stress maps. And so if you kind of dive into this northeast part of the state where the majority of the population lives, we clearly have a water stress environment, and this website defines water stress as baseline water stress measures, the ratio of total water withdrawals to available renewable service and groundwater supplies. And as other folks today have alluded to, we do have a lot of produced water. More than 300 million barrels of produced water were produced in just 2017. It looked like that number did go up until about 2019. And just to put this into context, that's more than 12.5 billion gallons of water a year, or 39,000 acre feet. Surely we're not going to reuse all 300 million barrels. That would be a dream come true. But just to show that, we are living in a new water stress era, and this part of the state, specifically the northeast part of the state, is under clearly a water stressed environment. And so, kind of my hopes here is for the Colorado Produced Water Consortium be a framework to fill knowledge gaps for Colorado specific produced water, establish regulations and policies for the treatment of produced water, kind of provide a platform for industry, academia and regulatory bodies to answer critical research and regulatory questions. Thinking produced water partners, potential partners would be from the Colorado Department of Public Health, the Cogcc, ideally bring together these different parties to distribute work, which is what has happened in the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium between academics, consultants, NGOs, regulators, producers, of course, operators, service providers, and other Colorado constituents like the Colorado Conservation Board. And just one thing that I noticed today was kind of this water volumes used in projections was from 2010 data. Just kind of many things would need to be updated and answered for Colorado specifically, and a consortium like this would be helpful. Again, in terms of the universities, you already have CU Boulder, Colorado State, Mines doing great research in the space. We do have a head start from this air, water, gas grant that was here in Colorado. That's allowed us to do as much research as we've been able to do over these last 8 to 10 years. And so just kind of thinking about the Upper Colorado River Commission and the role that we have as a headwater state, and kind of dealing with the new level of water stress, I think this would be something that should be considered by the state, by the Oil and Gas Commission, something to really think about here to answer some critical questions that are likely happening now and going into the future. And so with that, I'd just like to acknowledge some of my colleagues, specifically Zahi Kath, both the director of West and a mentor, Gerald Ulibarri-Jimenez, kind of a PWR operations manager, and multiple collaborators and folks that have kind of helped make a lot of this research to the field work you're seeing happen in today's presentation. And with that, I will take questions. And thank you again for all of your time, and I look forward to your thoughts and comments and questions.
Whoa, that was a lot of information quick, but I really appreciate that. I don't know if the commission knows this, but I had the opportunity to go and visit with James, and he gave me a tour of the facility and some of the work that they were doing. And it was really impressive to see that work in the facility and that some of that forward thinking that's going on there. So I'm sure that he would be happy to give any and all of you a tour should you be interested in visiting. But with that, commissioners, do you have questions? Commissioner Nanjapa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Rosenblum. It was really great to hear about all the research that you're doing and the potential that's there. One thing I was just curious about, just because it just jumped out at me, was the table 915A. I wondered if you could just give us a little bit more information about the particular analytes that you said there's not really sufficient analytical methods available. And if I understood correctly, I think we had based this on an existing table that's out there, perhaps CDPHE, or an existing set of data that's being measured. So I just wanted to better understand what you meant when you were saying that these are not, or perhaps what you're saying, and I just wanted to better understand is that there isn't a standardized method, but there are methods to analyze. Is that?
So there aren't methods, so they do not exist. They would be academic methods that I myself would develop or a colleague would. And my understanding historically, the way this was treated, this table was these chemicals were to not be used in hydraulic fracturing fluids or during the fracturing process. And that was usually reported with MSDSs of the chemicals that were being used. However, this table was then, again, this is surely folks at the Cogcc would much better be able to describe this, but my understanding is this table was then incorporated because these compounds could potentially be in produced water. And so the idea was to have these quantified. There was a talk given a couple months back by folks at Cogcc kind of on this table addressing this, and some of the thoughts that were shared there is, to address this, the chemicals that can be routinely analyzed would be, but still reporting that these other chemicals that aren't and don't have methods would just need to be reported as not being used. So so to answer your question is there are not methods to quantify these chemicals. They would be non-targeted methods that we would do at an analytical lab, or you could pay a lot of money to have a commercial lab do.
Are they detectable though? So could you do sort of a presence absence detection type of?
Potentially, yeah. You potentially, yeah, you could do a presence absence. That's something that is possible, but that at this point there isn't a commercial lab that's doing this sort of analysis. It would have to be a specialized lab that would do that. So yes, you probably could do most of these presence absence. Only I think one of these compounds doesn't have a chemical standard that you can easily buy.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from commissioners? So I think one of the things that stands out to me, and I appreciate all the information that you provided, and I really like the idea of the consortia, and I'm certainly not one to let New Mexico or Texas do things before us, and so that makes me very uncomfortable. But nonetheless, is that we've, and I'm not going to get the numbers exactly right here. I think we heard from you, we were looking at about 36 or 39,000 acre feet of produced water that's developed statewide. I think we heard from someone else, it was about 36,000 acre feet. So, I mean, we're in the same ranges there. I think we also heard from Ms. Kozlov that there's about, and I may not have this exactly right either, but maybe about 26,000 acre feet of water that is utilized in oil and gas activities in any given year. And so we're looking at almost double, not quite double, but the amount of water that's being produced as what is actually being utilized. And to me, that just seems like an incredible opportunity. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing, Mr. Rosenblum, and for presenting here today, and certainly would like to continue the conversation going with you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Messner, for the opportunity. And I would welcome the opportunity to host anybody that wants to see what we're doing here at Mines and see the lab and tour and get to learn about it. And again, see it, feel it, and touch it. I think it's a kind of a different experience when you actually get to come out and see this pilots and hear from the students and see what they're doing and kind of hear their stories. So I would encourage and hope, maybe one day we could do that in the not too distant future.
Right. Well, with that, commissioners, that concludes our presentations today. I can't thank enough all of the presenters that shared information with us today. It was a lot of information from a lot of diverse individuals with different ideas and different thoughts, and it's nice to have all of that kind of come together in one day's presentation, although it will take me the next month to actually absorb all of this information. So we do have on the agenda commissioner comments. I don't know if any commissioner has comments to conclude here today. Commissioner Nanjapa?
Just briefly, just to thank you, Commissioner Messner, for putting this together. I think this is a really great and thorough set of talks and information, and gives me a lot of stuff to think about. So yeah, just some appreciation for your efforts. Thanks.
Ditto on that. Well organized, great presentations, a ton of super useful information. I look forward to going back and thinking about a little bit more as it's not coming right at me. And so appreciate all the presenters and Commissioner Messner for putting this on. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for participating, and I think that's all we have for today. So don't know as we need a formal, well, maybe we do, a motion to adjourn. So if anyone wants to provide a motion to adjourn, we'll do that.
So provided.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Everyone enjoy the evening. Thanks for spending the day with us.